Hello. Yes, I'm back. As always, because I cannot be stopped. Not when we have all of your classic games like Street Fighter 2, Xena Warrior PS, Wendy Witch Day, Woody Woodpecky, Zelda Seasons, just all of them. Every season is in that game. It encompasses an entire year, which is pretty cool. And yes, all of these games, some of which have been ranked, and some of which have not been ranked, but that's what I'm here to rectify today. Starting with, yes, the classic Kung Fu Master. Okay, let's try this out. Let's see what we've got. Kung Fu Master! Oh yes. From IREM, and well, I'm going to go for easy mode, because I'm going to be rubbish at this either way. Yep, gotta have the big games at the beginning, just so you can front-load the list. That's what they always do with these multi-cards, most of the time. Actually, maybe all the time, because that just seems more sensible. Also, yeah, I've put this into Incredible Hulk mode, apparently. Maybe I should have just gone with the default palette for this one. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, Kung Fu Master for the Game Boy, which is very similar to Kung Fu Master for the arcade. Not identical, you know, there are differences. For one thing, different bosses, for a start. Bosses with very cheap attacks, because you can't just, like, duck and then just, like, kick him that way. It's like, no, you have to wait for the attack animation to finish, which takes, like, 5 seconds, like, literally. Look at that. Yeah, yeah, IREM was like, we need to go bigger and better for this game. Let's just give the first boss to pack a fucking chainsaw. Okay, there we go. Ugh. Tailspin. I mean, Tailspin is not exactly a classic. One of the lesser Capcom Disney games, I think, but there we are. Oh. Okay, how do you dodge that? Or maybe you're supposed to kick it. I don't remember if you can kick barrels in this. Also, yeah, barrels. Not an obstacle that existed in the original, but it exists in this version. So it's just me, or most of the enemies wearing black balaclavas. But yeah, I've got some things to announce with this stream. Firstly, this should, presuming the stream doesn't just like die completely in the middle of it, be the final stream where we take a look at the games on this particular cartridge, because I've done most of the games. We're down to the final 16 games on the cartridge, and hoping to play all those today. Okay, I don't know what you're supposed to do with that. But naturally, the boss can outrun you, because they had to find some way to make it challenging. Oh, also naturally, the boss is invincible when he has a barrel, because video games. Yeah. It's like, we had to find a way to make this difficult. Let's just make the boss invincible 90% of the time for no reason. Because we didn't know how to make the boss... We didn't know how to make them legitimately challenging, so... You know, like we did for the original, where you can just hit them whenever. Also, yeah, the hitboxes are a bit weird, where if you hit them with the edge of the toe, it doesn't count. Yeah, here we go. It's like, it basically forces you to wait. Yeah, you'll sit here and you'll wait for the gameplay to start, but the thing is, the instant you hit him, he just throws the thing anyway, so... It just seems very poorly designed. You know, I think there's a reason why this boss wasn't in the arcade version. Ooh. But, yeah. Also, yeah, I'm gonna be quite busy next week for the record, starting tomorrow. Because I'm going out. And when I say going out, I mean going out to a completely different part of the country. Also, for the record, I have no fucking clue what you're supposed to do on this bit. Doesn't make any sense. Because, like, the instant you go to the boss, he just picks up another barrel. Out of thin air, because Kung Fu Master, apparently. Yeah, I don't know. Not entirely impressed with this one. It's, Yeah, and also, yeah, the punch is completely useless. I think it literally, the only purpose is to give you more points, but, like, who cares? Like, yes, there's technically a point system, but no one in their right mind that actually cares about the point system. There we go. That's the only way to do it. Just get him in the corner and just mash B. Flappy and nuts and milk. For a second, I just read Flappy and nuts. Actually, you know what? Let's jump off the train. Because that's more fun than actually playing the rest of this game. Also, I'm amazed, like, given... Okay, so you may not notice this from the stream, because there's no way I'm actually playing through the whole thing, but this game is actually really short. I think there are 6 levels. Oh, also, yeah, the hit detection is kind of bad. Where, okay, it's like... Half the time you'll clearly hit the enemy, but the game just won't count it. You know, it's like, you have to hit with, like, the middle of the foot. If you hit with the edge of the foot, the game just... It just, like, passes through it, because... I don't know. Like, the hit detection in this game is very off. Which I think is kind of the biggest problem with it, gameplay-wise. I don't know. It's really weird, because Kung Fu Master, if you don't know, was an arcade game from 1984. And it played far better than this. I mean, I don't know. On the one hand, I appreciate the fact that they've tried to change it up from the original. Unfortunately, the bosses are just poorly designed. It's like, okay, we don't know how to make it legitimately challenging, so we'll just give them like a... We'll just give them a chainsaw and just call it a day. Yeah. But I'm not going to give this Sonic Adventure out of 10. I would give it maybe a 4 out of 10. This feels like a 4 out of 10 game to me. It feels like it should be a lot better than it is. Presentation is solid. I mean, yes, the colours are weird, but that's just because of the setup I have. But, yeah, it's let down by just the hit detection just being poor. And also just, like I say, the game is actually very short. Why they give you 5 continues, I don't know. Yeah, here we go. But this is it. Like, half the time you're just, like, forced to wait for the boss to do their attack, and then you go in for the hit. Which is just not fun. Like, one thing I liked about the original game is you could just go up and wail them much of the time, as long as you knew the weak spot. Here, it's like, oh, we're just going to make you wait? I mean, there's probably a way to cheese it, but I'm not entirely sure on what it is. I think I have played through this game before, and it's a very short game, like I said. Like, if you got the boss patterns down, you could probably beat this game within, like, 10 minutes. Like, literally. But, like, look at that. Like, I clearly hit the boss, and the kick just, like, went right through him. I don't know. Again, this... I wouldn't necessarily say this is a bad game, but it really feels like it should be a lot better than it actually is. Like, there's something very off about how it plays, compared to, like, the original arcade Kung Fu Master. In fact, it kind of feels like the dry run for Spartan X2 on the Famicom, which is kind of the same game, but a lot better. Partly because the hit detection works better in that game. Also because there's just a bit more to it. Like, there's, you know, plot, which you don't really have in this one. It just immediately goes into the game. Though, I will say, presentation is not bad. You know, if you're playing this on a black and white screen, it looks better than this color scheme I have picked out for it, which is not great. But, yeah, the music's quite good. I quite like this theme song. Also, that backflip, I don't remember how you do that. Oh, okay, I think this is the next boss. I remember the pattern. Yeah. Is it like back forward B to do the backflip thing? Also, the fact that it doesn't even respawn you at the boss. You have to do like an entire half the level. It's like they realized, wait, this game is way too short. We need to extend it somehow. Let's just put the checkpoints in really stupid locations. Then again, I suppose the original game didn't really have checkpoints. Yeah, I don't know how the backflip works. There is a button combo to do it, I just don't remember what it is. The Christmas Kung Fu Master. I mean, I guess if I made it more blue. Or maybe if the characters were green and red. I know there's at least one game where that's kind of like the default colour scheme. I think it might have been Othello. I can't remember. But I think it's a game that we have seen previously. Yeah, I'm not going to bother playing through the whole game. I don't think it's really worth that. Also, yeah, I think the bombs, I think if you press the A button, it throws it. So I'll see if I can save it for the boss. Also, yeah, thanks for the enemy placement game. I appreciate it. So it, like, forces you to use the bomb. Otherwise, you just get stuck on that bit forever. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to leave that there, because I don't particularly want to play any more than that. I don't know. It's kind of a disappointment. It's a difficult one. On the one hand, I like the fact that they haven't just... Actually, I need to set up something here. Okay, on the one hand, I like the fact that they haven't just tried to port the arcade game onto Game Boy, because they could easily have just done that if they'd wanted to. But on the other hand, I feel like that would have produced a better game than what this is. Just something about it just isn't quite right. You know, hit detection is off, bosses are... I don't know, I don't like the bosses very much. They just don't feel nearly as well designed as they were in the arcade game. Like, NES Kung Fu Master is really good, and that's just a conversion of the arcade game, but it's a very good one. And, yeah, this I feel just isn't on that level, you know. But I wouldn't necessarily call it bad. I would say it's way too short, though, because a lot of these other games, you know, it's a case where they may be short, like, I don't know, Crystal Quest or something. Like, there's not much content-wise, but there's a lot of replay value. It's about trying to get the high score, but no one's going to bother trying to get a high score in the Game Boy version of Kung Fu Master. I mean, the arcade version, yes, but not in this one. I mean, it's not as good as Crystal Quest. It's not as good as Alleyway. It is better than Paperboy, but okay, we will get to Paperboy in a bit. Yeah. Is it better than D-Dally and Opus? I mean, I probably would play it over D-Dally and Opus, but I don't think I'd play it over a fellow. As long as I had a second player, I'd probably play a fellow over that. So yeah, I'm going to put this here. New number 37, Kung Fu Master. But okay, I need to address a mistake that I made in the last stream. Because last time I put Paperboy here, between Alleyway and Dan Laser. I was like, yeah, this isn't a great conversion of the arcade game, but it is Paperboy. But I actually went back and played the NES version earlier this week, and accidentally beat the game while I was doing so. I got the retro achievements for it, so there is proof. And I kind of realised, you know what, the Game Boy version is kind of bad, because the houses are all the same colour, so you don't know which ones are subscribed or not just from looking at them. Your bike is like near the right edge of the screen, so you get blindsided by half the enemies. And I think it's missing the digitized sounds as well. It's just, I don't know. I think really this game belongs closer to the bottom. It's worse than World Bowling. World Bowling is more playable. It's worse than Flipple. I think it might be worse than Solar Striker, but it's not worse than Tesserae. Yeah, I'm going to put it here. Yeah, congratulations, Solar Striker. You're officially now the 44th best game on the list. You know, I slightly underrated you last time. But just a bit. Anyway, yeah. So, let's get the wheel up on screen. So, here we have the final 15 games to be ranked on this multi-cart. There are more that we will take a look at. Like I said, like I said on a previous stream, by the end of this series, there will be over 100 games ranked. And by the end of this stream, there'll probably be about 70. But yeah, I'm going to try to do all of these today. I'll certainly get around to all of these, well, at some point, but hopefully today. So, let's take a look at all of these games. So, listing them off, we've got Tochi, Starfighter, Bubble Ghost, Dragon Slayer 1, Dropzone, Heiankyo Alien, Shisensyo, Burai Fighter D, no relation to Vampire Hunter D, I assume, Lock and Chase, Mr. Do, Soccer Boy, Spider-Man, Solomon's Club, and Super Mario Land, and, of course, the classic Wizard's Warrior. Because I'm sure that's what the game was actually called. Oh, let me turn the sound on. Oh, yep, someone was wishing for Dropzone, and you got your wish. Wait, Dropzone on the Famicom? Wait, you mean like the European NES version? Yeah. this is one that I've been waiting to play since part 1. Since the very beginning. This is a game that I was like, you know what? I really want to play some Dropzone. And yeah, let's do it. So Dropzone, let's go. But yes, from the legend, Archer McLean. Let's see how the Game Boy version holds up. Let's find it on this list. Ah, here we go. Let's put this into inverted colour mode, because I think that will go best for this one. Yep, Dropzone on the Game Boy. From Archer McLean and Eurocom. And Mindscape, apparently. So I think Eurocom made the NES and Game Boy conversions of the game. I don't know if Archer McLean had any involvement with these ones or not. Because I don't think he worked at Eurocom. I think he kind of worked independently. But yeah, you got all these different enemy types. You got the cool little graphical effect below Archer McLean's name. I like that. Yes, from the creator of Archer McLean's Pool. And of course Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker. You can't forget about that one. One of the greatest sports games ever made. But there was no Game Boy version. There was a Game Boy Color Jimmy White's Cue Ball. There we go. The Dropzone Hall of Fame. Do you think I can get to 10,000 points? Let's find out. So, yeah. It's kind of funny. I did not play most of these... Oh, great. Yeah, I did not play most of these games as a kid. You know, I had Alleyway, I had Tetris, I had Super Mario Land, which, as I say, is a game that we will get to, hopefully today. Also, I'm being really terrible at this. I just keep, like... The enemies keep spawning into me, which is not helping. I don't know. I don't remember that being a problem on the NES, but I think the playfield might have been bigger on that version. Okay. Also, yeah, you'll notice I've got the inverted colour scheme, which I think works better for this game. Because, yeah, I mean, you're in space. You want a black background, ideally. Aha! There we go. Enemy wave 1 over. So, yeah, if you don't know... Oh, nutrition adds great. But, yeah, if you don't know, so this is... It's kind of like Defender, but not quite. Oh. Okay, that's just me being rubbish. It's like, yep, stop firing on the one frame where I can't hit... Where I could have hit the enemy. But yeah, it's like Defender, except now you gotta drop the things you're... Oh. Drop the things off that you're defending at the base. It's a little bit harder to tell if they're friendly or not with these graphics. But that's an issue with the Game Boy. But yeah, it's kind of funny. I am not a microcomputer game fan. I never was. I didn't play them at the time. Also, yeah, that's what the Smart Bomb does. Similar to Defender, really, in that sense. Okay. But yeah, this game was originally released for, I think, Commodore 64 around 1984, 85 maybe? I don't remember. But it was kind of like, okay, let's make... let's make a classic Defender-style game for Commodore 64. I think that's kind of what the idea was. It's like, you know, we'll do that. Oh, okay, I literally couldn't see what happened there. Like, was there a bullet that just, like, flew up and hit me? Because I literally couldn't even see that. I think that may just be an issue with the Game Boy screen. I think it's kind of the issue with this version in general. It's kind of let down by the actual hardware. It's not an issue with the porting. I think the porting itself is otherwise solid. It's just, yeah, it can be hard to see what you're doing at times or what's going on. See, like there. I mean, maybe the colour palette that I'm using is not helping in this case, but... Yeah, it is a case where you're like... You know, sometimes... It's like something hits you and you can't even really see it. Because it doesn't have these things fire bullets at you. But I think it's this colour scheme that this Game Boy thing has. Makes it hard to actually see. Oh, it was an Atari 8-bit? Oh, well, I've only played the Commodore 64 version. I think that was the version that was included on Jimmy White's 2 Cue Ball. Yes, this game was in Jimmy White's 2 Cue Ball. It was, because it wasn't just a snooker game. It was also darts, drafts, fruit machine, and Dropzone. Yeah, it's a game where you just want to keep shooting constantly. Unless you're on the ground. You know, you gotta defend the things on the ground. No, I'm just kidding. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't help that those things don't get killed by the smart bomb. It's like those lasers from Robotron, a little bit. But yeah, if I die again here, I'm just going to just call it down. Because I am clearly not up to this right now. I mean, I am kind of tired, to be fair. But, didn't get quite as much sleep as I wanted. But I think I've got enough. But, yeah, it's an alright version. But yeah, as a kid, like I said, I had this on Jimmy White's 2 cue ball. And, hold on, where's the base? There it is. Oh, no, you don't. You're getting caught out that easily. Aha! I got past level 2! See if I'm... Aha! And I think I got the highest score as well. I used to like garbage. Ooh. Well... Oh. Okay, well, hopefully that gets better for you. But here's the thing. I had this on Jimmy White's 2 cue ball, but I did also have it on Game Boy Color back in the day. Because they did make a Game Boy Color version of this. There is a slight, yeah. Now that I think about it, there is a slight, flicky feel to this. Where you've got to take the things and save them. It's a bit like that. There we go. Hey, I got a rank! Hooray! I got the high score! Oh. Okay, apparently pressing A just ends it. I was expecting it to go to the next letter, but apparently not. Yep, Agent J, apparently. Got the high score. But let's do a little added bonus for this one, because, like I say, I had this on Game Boy Color back in the day. And I actually kept most of my Game Boy games. This is the Game Boy Color version. You can tell by the way that the cartridge is black. Also, it's from Acclaim, so it's going to be quality. It's been ages since I played this version, so I don't remember how it compares to the monochrome version. I guess we'll see. Yep, here we go. In full colour, by Archer McLean. Oh, is this a different port? Yeah, this may have been done from scratch, because a lot of colorized Game Boy games, like when they brought them over to Game Boy Color, often what they did was they just took the monochrome version and colorized it. Like with Castlevania The Adventure, for instance, got that treatment, as did Zelda DX and a bunch of other games. I think R-Type had that as well. Which is funny, because I had the monochrome version of R-Type. In fact, I do still have my copy of that. But, okay, let's compare the color version to the monochrome version. Let's see how this plays. Well, it's certainly more graphically detailed, you know. I think they have redrawn all the graphics. Again, they haven't just simply... Oh, bugger. They haven't simply just taken the original and just colored it in. Which, again, games like, Link to... Not Link to the Past, what was it? Link's Awakening. That's the one I'm thinking of. Oh, I've lost one. Yeah, this definitely plays differently to the other one, just a little bit. It's not identical. Like, the movement feels a bit faster in this one. Just a tiny amount. But I have to say, I do think this is the better version, partly because it's in colour and it just looks nicer. Which, you know, obviously it is, because, well, just better graphics. But it's also just easier to see what's going on. And in a game like this, where everything is really fast, I mean, it's kind of... Yeah, it's kind of important. But yeah, like I say, the game itself is basically Defender, but with a bit more to it. And I've always quite liked this game. Like I say, I never liked microcomputer games a lot, and just felt... Yeah, it just felt like they never really stood the test of time. This one I feel does. It's hard as nails. But it is fun. So these laser things are a bastard. Again, they really remind me of the those things from Robotron that kill you. Yeah, like I say, that is the case for quite a few Game Boy Color games. I think they actually did that for Defender on Game Boy, because there was a Game Boy version of Defender. We're not going to see it in this series, because I think it was only ever released on like a 2-in-1 cartridge with... I think it might have been Missile Command or something like that. Like, one of the games that I looked at previously, but it never got a release on its own. Well, ugh. Well, 10,000, well, I got 11,000 points. But there we go. Got the same rank, despite getting considerably fewer points, but, you know, it will do. Also, apologies for the idiot with the car alarm going off outside. Okay, let's see. See, now I just want to take a baseball bat and just smash up the car just to get the alarm to stop. But hey, okay, so in this one, pressing A doesn't quit the game. It does actually let you enter the letter. Yeah, so I think this one was just straight up remade from scratch, because it doesn't feel like they just took the monochrome version and coloured it in. Which is weird, because usually that's what they did. But, there we go. Quite good. Like I say, Dropzone, a classic game. But where does it go on the list? Because, I mean, Dropzone, very good arcade-style game, but here's the thing. So we're ranking the monochrome version, because that's the multi-cart filler version. They never include the colour version on these cartridges, I don't think. So, yeah, when it comes down to it, my recommendation is, if you wanted to play a handheld version, you'd play the Game Boy Color version, because it's, well, it's just the better version. But, if you're, I don't know, if you're playing this game in the early 90s, and the Game Boy Color didn't exist, it was a very good version. I do think the NES version is better, as are the computer versions, or, well, certainly the Commodore version at least. Also, yeah, European games get a bad rap, although, to be fair, in my opinion, and I say this as a European, a lot of those games are really bad, including a lot of the more revered ones. They just haven't stood the test of time. Like I say, I think Dropzone holds up well, but again, I think visually it can be a little bit hard to tell if there's like a bullet coming at you at times. Maybe it's easier to see on a Game Boy Pocket rather than on the Super Game Boy or Game Boy Player or whatever. But yeah, it's a difficult one. It is a difficult one. It's better than Asteroids. I think because it just moves faster. It feels a little bit nicer to play than Asteroids. It's better than Space Invaders. But is it better than DuckTales? Yes. Yes, it is. It's a better conversion. Even though DuckTales has more interest going on with the different level designs, it's just not that solid of a port, or solid of an adaptation, I guess. I don't know. Is it better than Motocross Maniacs? That's a difficult one. Because Motocross Maniacs is quite good. It's frustrating in different ways. But I feel like games of Motocross Maniacs tend to last longer. I don't know. I feel like if I was to sit down and play either of those games, I'd probably get a bit more out of Motocross Maniacs. I think I'd play it over tennis, though. Just a little bit. So, yeah, congratulations to our new number 13. Good old Dropzone. So, well done, Mindscape and Eurocom, and Archer McLean, of course. We like Archer McLean on the stream. And you know what we also like? The next classic game, which is, yeah, Heiankyo Alien, apparently. Okay, so I think we're going to be doing... Well, there aren't many 32K games left to cover. We've covered most of that ground, but we will cover... Well, there are a few which aren't on this cartridge that I'm looking at, so we'll cover those as we get to them. Oh. No, apparently Game Boy Player didn't like me entering the cartridge back in. Let me try this again. Yeah, see, this is the danger of swapping cartridges. Okay. So it is time for Heiankyo Alien, which is an interesting title for a game. Like, what even is Heiankyo? I think that was like a time period. It was like the medieval period, or maybe just after that. Okay, let's do it. Heiankyo Alien from 1979. Yeah, here we go. Oh, For a second I thought it just said Heiankyo, and then I realised, oh yeah, it's just stylized font on the left. So you want to know what Heiankyo Alien is? It looks like this. Yeah. It is a classic of its day. Yeah. Okay, so I have a confession to make. I don't like this game. I've never liked it. I don't know. It's just one of those games that I think in 1979 was quite impressive, but like you play it now, I don't think it holds up. I gotta be honest. I'm like, it's one of those games like I play it and I'm just like, don't like it. Never liked it. It's just like the 70s was the dark age of arcade games, and there were some very good ones like Asteroids and Sheriff and Galaxian. But for every one of those games, well, for one thing, you had like 10 or 12 versions of Space Invaders, which were all pretty much the same. And then you've got like other games that were more original but just don't stand the test of time. Heiankyo Alien, I feel, is one of those games. Like, it has its fans, but I've got to be honest, I've never understood why. I mean, yes, I am rubbish at the game, but yeah. Let's try the new version. But I don't know, I didn't like the arcade version, and I never liked this version either. It just did nothing for me. Where I'm like... Some people seem to really like this game, and I've always just been confused by it. The music's pretty good, in this mode at least, I will give it that. But, I don't know. I play it and I'm just kind of like, okay, this is like, what if Lode Runner was bad? That's kind of how this game always felt to me. It's like, okay, Lode Runner, except you took out all the platforming elements, and also made the dig-in about a quarter of the speed that it was in the original. I don't know, like... It's one of those games where apparently it was important in its day, where it's like, okay, this is a game developed by a university, I think. But I don't know. It's hard to go back to, I think. It's like, you know, you could play it, but it's also like, you know what? I just wish I was playing Lode Runner, to be honest. It's like... I mean, presentation-wise, this version is alright. Like, this new mode, at least. I'd certainly take this over the old mode, or, you know, the arcade version. Like I say, I just don't think the arcade version holds up nowadays. It's like you play it and it's just like, ugh, why is it so slow? You see how fast the enemies are, too. I mean, I get the idea is like that you're, I don't know, like a farmer or something like that. You know, that was kind of like the idea. It's like you're a farmer and you're like in medieval Japan and you're trying to protect yourself from an alien invasion. It's an interesting idea for a game. And I do know that there is a Super Famicom game or a Super Famicom take on this. Maybe that one's good, but I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's just I remember watching Jeremy Parish's video on this game, like this version, I think, and just being kind of mystified a little bit. I'm like, yeah. I would not call this a bad game. I would hesitate to do that. But at the same time, I'm like, it's also not a game I would ever actually choose to play. Outside of, like, doing the stream. It's like, I don't know. It's like this was the game you chose to bring back and not, like, Sheriff. Like, Sheriff, that is a game that deserves a lot more than it gets. You know? Yeah, when you added Sheriff to the Nintendo Switch Online Nintendo... Okay, I'm demanding it, because it's the best game you ever did. And then sometimes that happens, where it's just, oh, the enemy just, like, clearly died, but the game just says no, because it's a piece of shit. Ugh, why is my character so slow? Ugh, it's like Castlevania the Adventure all over again. Though, okay, maybe that's unfair. This is no Castlevania the Adventure. This game actually works the way it's supposed to. It's just that... yeah, the way it works is... I don't know. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and wait for the gameplay to start. There we go. Yeah, I think they may have done. This one, I think, was done by Meldak, who you might know for Zombie Nation. Now, that game is a legit classic. Also, why is... it's like they ran out of level designs. Like, did the game glitch? Or did they just, like, run out of levels? It's like... yeah, we ran out of ROM space. Okay, now we need to... but we need... you know, the manager has demanded that we include, like, 15 levels. Unfortunately, we only had enough space before. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks for trapping me in the corner, game. You sod. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the SNES version of this is good. Maybe they took this game and fixed it. But I'm not entirely convinced. Doesn't have that you got sections like this where... because there's not enough space to actually move anywhere, and it kind of breaks the game on the later levels, because there are just too many enemies. I don't know. Not entirely impressed. Again, like, some people really like this game. I've never understood why. Like, there are games that I don't like where I kind of get the appeal. This is not really one of them. And that's going to make this game quite difficult to rank. But yeah, I don't know, it's just Heiankyo Alien, maybe a game that should have been left in 1979. Unlike a true classic like Asteroids, which I think was worth bringing back. I mean, this is worse than Asteroids just on the basis that the original game just doesn't hold up in the way that Asteroids does. It's not necessarily the best version of Asteroids, but yeah, it's like, give me... you know, I would gladly take a middling version of Asteroids over a good version of Heiankyo Alien. Because a good version of a game as arcane as that... I mean, it depends on how good it is, and I don't think this is quite good enough... because I'm going to need to switch the sound off here. But, yeah, it's just... in this case, I don't think it's quite good enough to transcend that barrier. No, Game Zone 2 Asteroids, that game is terrible. Like, that game just flat out just doesn't work. Like, Asteroids works fine. It's not the best version of Asteroids, but, you know, it's like, as I say, it's kind of a middling version of Asteroids. Middling to decent, you know, it's a perfectly fine version of it. And I think what it comes down to is Asteroids, in its original form, was just a far better game. It's worse than Crystal Quest. And, okay, like Hyper Load Runner... because, okay, Load Runner, in its original form, was basically, what if Heiankyo Alien was fun to play? That's kind of how I feel about Load Runner. And, again, Hyper Load Runner, not necessarily the best version of that game, but it's a entirely fine version of it. Yeah, I mean, it's not as good as Alleyway. Is it better than Kung Fu Master? I feel like it's got more longevity than Kung Fu Master, at least. Yeah, if I'm being fair, I mean, this isn't necessarily a game I'd play again. But I think part of that comes down to just my tastes. So I don't feel entirely comfortable putting this below Dead Alien or Pop-Up. And I think, just based on length, this is a better game than Kung Fu Master. I think it's also better than Othello, but it's not as good as Dan Laser. Dan Laser has the crazy mode, and, you know, you've got the new mode in Heiankyo Alien, but it's just not quite crazy enough. And there were just too many enemies on the later levels, and that, yeah, it kind of kills it a bit. Yeah, so I'll put it at the number 36 spot. So I think, yeah, so I think there are 61 games. I thought there was 60, but no. In fact, yeah, let's do a quick review of what we got here. So, like, the top 10 with all your favourites, like Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise and Boxing, the 2 surprise hits from the previous stream. In fact, if you take a look at the bottom, there are a lot more games near the bottom. I think at the start of the last stream, I think, like, Flipple was in the bottom 10, and now it's not even close. You know, the top 10 now starts at game, or bottom 10, I should say, starts at Game of Harmony. A game that probably does deserve to be in the bottom 10, maybe. Though I suppose it might not be there by the end of this stream. It's going to be hard to find a game worse than Palamedes, though. Not counting these bottom 3 games. But there we go. Like I say, Heiankyo Alien, not a fan, but it's certainly better than all of these games. I will give it that. Oh, if I knew how to make Supervision games, or any game, maybe. There we go, that's Heiankyo Alien. Let's see what else we've got. Oh. Oh no, here we go. Okay, this is... Okay, of all the games on this wheel, this is the one that I was dreading. I knew I had to play all of these games, but... This game is the Band-Aid with the massive scab on it. Or what was a massive scab that was there a couple of days ago. And now I need to rip it off. Let's do it. Here we go. Soccer Boy. Let's see if this game's any good. So, the thing about football games of this era, they can either be pretty good or extremely bad, depending on the game. Okay, so I think I know what colour scheme I'm going to go for. So, here we go. Soccer Boy. Yeah, it's going to be great, isn't it? Okay, let's go for green and red. Soccer Boy from CBS and Sony. Are they the same company? I don't remember. Also from Kitty Group, which is a very bad sign. So, if you don't know who Kitty Group are, I'm not familiar with them, but I do know one other game that they did, which was a game called Power Soccer for the Famicom. And that game is really bad. A game so poor that it makes soccer on the NES look like flipping, you know, Kunio-kun Soccer League. You know, that's the level it's at. But let's hope that they can do better on the Game Boy. Or maybe that they handed it off to someone else to do their own version. But, you know, maybe this could be a surprise hit, like the boxing game from the last stream. But let's see what we've got. Okay, so apparently I have to play as Japan. Like, I literally cannot pick anyone else. So, like... So I want to play as the UK, or apparently... So, they have, like, a unified British team, which is probably a red flag that this game is going to suck, because soccer on the NES had that same team, which does not exist in real life outside of the Olympics. And, yeah, that game was also not very good, so... Not a great sign. Well, if I was picking based on which team I think I can beat, I guess I would pick the USA team because they were never very good. Well, the men's team anyway. This is where I find out it's actually based on the women's version. Okay, so here we go. So this is... Oh no. Wait, which one am I? Am I the green team or the red team? I have no idea who I'm controlling. Seriously, who am I? Oh. Okay, I'm the one who's like got the panic thing over it. Okay, so you can't change players, apparently. Like, it won't let me. And apparently the goal is like, yeah, I'm just going to move out of the way of the goal. Oh, and apparently one of my players is in dire need of medical treatment immediately, as apparently he cracked his head open and is now bleeding all over the place. So, am I the red team? Yeah, I think I'm the red team. Wait, what happened there? Did I just knock him over? Oh no! Is this going to be like Kickoff? I hated Kickoff. Like, Kickoff... In fact, Kickoff is a perfect example of, like, a microcomputer game that was popular back in the day that just aged like milk. Like, seriously, you want, like, a European football game from, like, that era? Yeah, just play... yeah, I would say just play Sensible Soccer, because that game actually has held up pretty well. Also, like, why did my player just, like, slow down to nothing? That was weird. I guess you have to, like, pass the ball constantly. But it's not clear who I'm controlling, like... So, whoever I'm playing as is not on screen, but there's no indicator to show where they are. It's like, okay, now I just suddenly switch to this character. Even though I wasn't pressing any buttons, it just does it on its own. This really does remind me of Power Soccer, which, as I alluded to earlier, is a very bad sign, because, like I say, that game was terrible. I mean, if it was at least clearer as to who I was playing as, it wouldn't be such a problem. Also, I think this was released in America, but it was under a different title. It was like Soccer World or something like that. I do like the fact that I can just knock over the players, though. Just constantly run them over. There is a charm to that. Unfortunately, I think the screen is also too zoomed in. So if I pause the game, yeah, it just comes up with this. There aren't even any options. I mean, I guess this was early days of football, but... And the game just switches players without warning. You know, it's not a case of, like, you can prepare for it. And there's no button to change players. It just does it on its own. I hate when games do that. Like, you should always be able to manually select a player, no matter what. And also I should point out the turning in this. Okay, so the turning in this game, like, the way it controls... Have you ever played Ikari Warriors on the NES? Like, the shitty NES port? This plays like that. In the sense that it takes, like, half a second just to turn around. Also, yeah, I don't get the speed. Like, your player just slows down. I guess because if you could just run up the field with the ball forever, it would just make the game way too easy. Also, I don't even know if the B button shoots or not. There's nothing to tell you that in the game. So you just have to guess. It's like here, like I'm mashing buttons like crazy and it just never switches to the player I want to control. It just forces me to be like, yeah, you're just this player now. And it's, as I say, it's especially bad when the player that you're controlling isn't even visible, because there isn't even like an arrow to tell you that you're controlling, or where the player is that you're controlling. Ugh. Yeah, Senseless Soccer, I think, is what this game should have been called. Also, how did I get the throw in there? I'm pretty sure that AI, well, I touched the ball last. Questionable refereeing, I think. Okay, so I was facing up and to the left, and I kicked the ball straight up. Like this. I legitimately don't know who I'm controlling, because I can't see them on screen. So, I will say this isn't quite as bad as Power Soccer, but it's pretty close. It is pretty close. I think part of it is that the screen is just too zoomed in. Like, they had to zoom out the graphics a bit. Like, even Power Soccer had a thing where, you know, when someone hoofed the ball, you know, just kicked it like 10 feet in the air, it did zoom out the screen a little bit, which was something. And this doesn't even do that. It's Soccer, the fighting game. Yeah, this just makes me wish I was playing Nintendo World Cup, because that game is great. Like, I've got that on Game Boy. That game's a classic. This is bullshit. This is just, like... we need a football game on Game Boy. Nintendo hasn't bothered to make one, except, well, Nintendo World Cup, I think, may have been out around the same time as this. Because that was 1990, like, it was a pretty early game. At least the Game Boy version is. I don't know. Something about it, actually, it feels very, yeah, it's like somewhere between Power Soccer and, like Nintendo Soccer for the NES. It kind of has that feel to it. It's like somewhere between those two. And that is not somewhere where you want to be. You don't want to be between either of those, really. You know, like Technos was just obliterating, like, pretty much everyone else who was making football games around this time. It's just, ugh. Oh, and I'm still shooting up, apparently. That's slightly odd. There we go, just hoof the ball up the pitch. Yep, and it's got the classic ball warps into the goalkeeper's hands even if they're half a mile away from it. Or rather, if their hands are half a mile away from it. As long as a pixel of their sprite comes into contact with the ball, they just catch it immediately. Which is always a great sign. Yeah, more like foot in mouth. That's what it feels like to me. This does have the feel of, like, football game made by, like, a Japanese development team who never actually seen the sport being played before. Kind of like, I don't know, a baseball game developed by a British studio. You just know it's going to be a disaster. Or, not a football game, a baseball game. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. Or I guess, like, American football. It's like, you couldn't have hired a team from the country where the sport is actually popular. I guess it was becoming popular in Japan with the formation of the J-League, but that was still a few years away from this. So I don't know. It just seems misguided to me. Because I'm trying to think of, like, good Japan-made football games, and the only ones that come to mind are the Kunio games, which, again, the first of which was out around the same time as this, and I guess, like, the Konami, like, Pro Evolution games, up to a point. The King of Iron football tournament. Oh, you know, I wish I could just Electric Wing God fist my way to victory in this game. That would be cool. Oh, I actually got a goal. I can't believe it. Okay, well, I can say this. It is better than the NFL game. This game is at least... Like, I haven't turned it off in the first 5 minutes. So it's better than that, just on that basis. I don't know if the difficulty varies based on what opponent team you select. Like, maybe if you pick France, the game is, like, super hard. You know, because, I mean, for all I know, America could be, like, the easy difficulty. Oh. Also, my player just decided to run off the pitch completely. Oh, hello, Jan. How you doing? I'm in the middle of playing the classic game Soccer Boy for Game Boy. From the Kitty Group. Yeah, you probably shouldn't trust, yeah, cats to make a soccer game. I don't think even Pink Jelly can make a good one, if I'm being honest. Or maybe they could. Probably make a good volleyball. Oh, a good volleyball game. For a second, I thought he was trying to do an own goal. Yeah. This doesn't have the power of Ronaldinho sucks there, though. Okay, let's... I was trying to, like, cross it, and it just... Yeah, it just doesn't work. And it's got that, again, it's got that same problem of... It takes, like a full second just to turn around. Like, again, it's like Ikari Warriors vibes, and not in a good way. I think the best thing about this game is the fact that if you walk into players, you just knock them over. And I guess fouls are turned off, so there are no cards or anything like that. So there is that. You know, it's not irredeemable. There are things to like about it. You know, like, there are shades of Nintendo World Cup about it. It's just that, yeah, kind of the general feel that made those games fun to play is largely missing, I feel. And yeah, again, it's got the whole thing where the ball can just warp into the goalie's hand. Winning 11. Yeah, Winning 11, I mean, I was never a huge fan of the Konami football games. I've liked a couple of them. ISS Pro on PlayStation is quite good. I like that one. But yeah, it's like, why does the player just, like, slow down to a crawl after kicking the ball for 5 seconds? Like, if you have that little stamina, you probably shouldn't be playing, you know, you probably shouldn't be playing international level football. Unless maybe if you're playing for the San Marino team. Oh, oops. Oh. I do love that. Firstly, the goalie looks like he came straight out of an Atari game. Secondly, he also just spawns in out of thin air, like in ice hockey for the NES. A little bit. At least the ball sticks to the player's feet, unlike kickoff, though. That was one of the worst things about that game, and I'm glad that this doesn't have that problem. It could be worse. Also, I'm amused by the fact that I'm just playing against a team of zombies. Oh, okay. I've made a comeback. Yeah, it's actually a ghost referee. That's how Japanese football works. They couldn't hire any referees because with all the riots that ensue from their very questionable decisions in the Premier League. Okay, let's just play keep the ball for a bit. Oh. Do you think the game is just going to rubber band at this point? It's like, oh yeah, we're just going to make it so that the AI is now impossible to tackle. Because the tackling just doesn't work like... it just doesn't work like any other football game ever. And the fact that the selecting players just doesn't work properly. Actually, I think that's probably... Yeah, just... Certain things just... It's like they work when they feel like it. Like the tackling. It's like, sometimes you'll walk into a player and tackle them, but otherwise you just can't get close. You know, let's just... Oh! Okay, I think that clinches it. Hat trick. I don't know why I said it like that. Hat trick is just a cool thing to say when you do it in a deep voice. But there we go. There we go. You're getting sacked in the morning. Okay. Who ate all the pies? Well, apparently every player in this game did. I mean, just look at how pudgy all the sprites are. Oh. Is that how that works? It looks like they're not even... Yeah, it's like there's an invisible trampoline there. What's going on there? It's interesting. There we go. I win! I got the real victory. As they said in Dream Fighter for the NES. A game that no one should ever play through to completion. Including me. I've never done it. I've only ever seen an ending video. Yeah. I mean, what does the British team look like? I would imagine exactly the same. But I don't know. It's probably a case... Yeah, okay, I see. So it is difficulty selection. So the British team is more difficult. Or, I'm not sure if they're more difficult necessarily. Or, you know, better tactics or whatever. Apparently they're just the American team, but faster. Actually, the whole game seems to be faster. Maybe. It's hard to tell. The opponent team is definitely faster. So maybe this is like the speed option in ice hockey. It's kind of an interesting way to change it up, I guess. Oh. Anyway, I think I'll leave that there. I'm not sure what to say about that. It's... I wouldn't say it's good. But... It's not quite as bad as I was expecting. It's no NFL football. There's not a disaster on that level. It is playable. You wouldn't necessarily want to play it, though. It's in that kind of area. It's like, it's playable. It kind of works, but certain things about it just don't work as well as they probably should. Like, the whole thing with selecting players and, like, sometimes the player you want, that you're actually controlling is off screen and there's no indication of where they are. It's just... Yeah, just issues like that. I don't know. It's a hard one to say, really. It's definitely better than Power Soccer, because Power Soccer is awful. Like, that game is, like, almost unplayable. This is not that bad. It's not necessarily good. But I wouldn't call it one of the worst games ever. I mean, there were tons of really bad football games during this era. This is not necessarily among them. You compare this to something like Pele... or Kickoff Free, or, I don't know, Fever Pitch Soccer, or whatever other trashy football games there are. European Club Soccer, there's another one. That's one I actually did have back in the day, and that game is horrible. That one is pretty much unplayable. I think it's better than Snoopy's Magic Show, or Snoopy Magic Show. It's a little bit more playable than that. Or well, I'd say it works about as well as that game does. But I feel like this game is a little less frustrating than that one. But I think Tesserae is something that I would prefer to play over this, given the choice. Tesserae is kind of boring, but, you know, it works. But, hey, congratulations to Soccer Boy, a top 50 game on this list. And it's going to stay in the top 50 for at least one more game. But let's go to the wheel and see... I think there are 12 games here? Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, see, the wheel has tried to prevent me from playing all the best games. But but it can't hold off forever. It may force me to play Soccer Boy and Spider-Man. But I will play Super Mario Land, you can bet on that. But, yes. Spider-Man. 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 Playing some Game Boy Spider-Man. Okay, I can't think of lyrics right now. Screw it. But yeah, let's play some Spider-Man on the Game Boy. It's been a while since I've played this one, so I'm interested. So where is he? Ah, here we go. Yep. Oh, here we go. This game can't be shitty. This is Spider-Man! Yeah. Here we go. The Amazing Spider-Man. He's never looked so amazing in green. I love this theme though. Listen to this. Spider-Man, Spider-Man takes a dump in a coffee can. Sorry, I'm just thinking of the AVGN video now that you've said that. This game sucks my spider balls! Will it? Well, let's find out. But hey, we've got Elf. We have an Elf on the high score table, so that's a good sign. What's not a good sign is LJN, who get a bad rap, I feel. I feel they're kind of overhated, but there are definitely some rough games in their lineup. But let's see what this ranks among them. This is the first Rare game that we've looked at as well, surprisingly. I do love these cutscenes, by the way. It's just Spider-Man on a walkie-talkie to whatever villain it is. I wasn't actually paying attention to the screen, but yeah, I guess Mary Jane's been kidnapped, and now we gotta rescue her. You better not hurt her. Inaccurate. Well. Maybe you can make the ROM hack to fix that. Just fix the high score names. Don't worry about me, Dome Brain. So I love that. So they have... I'm not sure if you noticed that. So there is an apostrophe in the font that they use. Because you see it in all, and yet they didn't put it in the word don't, which is weird. Okay, so remember what I was saying about Kung Fu Master earlier? Okay, I take back what I said about Kung Fu Master's combat. It works way better than this. Like, this is very sluggish by comparison. Just doesn't... I don't know. Something very off about it. Like I said, the hit detection in that game was off, but at least... Your attacks at least came out quickly. Also, wait, what am I supposed to do here? Like... yeah, Spider-Man, he can apparently climb walls, but not in this game. Like, am I supposed to kick the boxes? I have gotten past this level, but I don't remember what you're actually supposed to do. Oh. Okay, apparently you have to, like, get a running start and do a high jump. Okay, I don't get that. It's like a Fina, where the jumps just seem to be random. But hey, at least now he's red, as opposed to green. Okay, so I'm trying to get that burger, or whatever it is. There we go. So I think that's health. Has to be. Also, like, that enemy looked like it hit me, and yet it didn't actually do anything. I'm not sure what's going on there. Also, like, why does everyone want Spider-Man dead? Have they been, like, have they been brainwashed by Doc Ock or whoever? So I don't think he really has that power. Oh, I'm also glad that my kick goes over his head. That's amazing. Because we all know Spider-Man cannot attack low. Also, I don't remember how this boss fight works. I like the boss theme, though. Boss theme is pretty good. What am I supposed to even do on this bit? Just... Okay, just wait for him to materialize, I guess. Oh, and he just does this again. Yep, he just decides to pass out because he's bored. There we go. Explosion go! It's like exploding power-ups, that's what it looks like. Yeah, Bullhead, my favourite. Oh, here we go. I recognize this character from the Wolverine game. So I think there was like a girl version in that. As in the Wolverine game on the SNES, like the really bad one. Can't remember the name. I don't know. I'm not really a big comic book person. I like the Sam Raimi films, but beyond that, I'm not too familiar with Spider-Man. It's kind of like my point of reference. Is the Sam Raimi films, and I guess like the Nice Code games. Also, yeah. So, do you remember... Yeah, does anyone remember the, you know that game from Action 52, where you climb up the building and try not to die? Yeah, this is kind of like that. It's like a somewhat less bad version of it. I do like the fact that they use the spider sense here, though. That actually, I will give them credit. Because this could just be, like, just a nonsense, like, reaction test. But they did actually get to use his powers in a way that kind of works. Also, how tall is this building? But yeah, I'm not going to completely slag this game off, because there are things about it I do like. I like the fact that they've at least tried to make it... Oh. I like the fact that they've at least tried to make use of Spider-Man's powers. There is that. You know, like here, where he's using the spider web. You'll see that in a bit, so you won't die immediately. Yeah, like this. I like that. You know, that's not something that you could necessarily use in the other games. And, you know, the fact that he's, like, crawling up walls and whatever. Like I say, this game isn't completely trash. There are things about it to like. But yeah, I mean, Rare were doing a lot of, like, licensed games around this time. And a lot of them just weren't very good. Like this, and Beetlejuice, and Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where they're just generally not that good. I do like the fact that he continued from where you died, though. I do give him credit for that, at least. Although, yeah, how you meant to dodge half these enemies, I don't know. Because it's not like you can shoot... Yeah, it's not as if the game allows you to, yeah, shoot projectiles out of the air or anything like that. Half the time you just take damage for, like... I guess they did a melee attack or something, presumably. See, this level in particular, it kind of feels like a bad Rolling Thunder. It's like a bad Rolling Thunder where you can't shoot. I mean, I guess there was this web something. But where was he actually shooting the webs to? Like, he's already on the rooftops. Also, yeah. How you meant to do this bit? Also, I swear they reused this kick sprite for the Nightmare on Elm Street game. Which actually is a much better game than this. I quite like that game. Okay, so I think he does the same pattern every time. So I think once you... Yeah, of course the game doesn't actually allow you to get the hit in because it sucks. And maybe, like, if his attacks weren't so garbage, I could do this. Like, look at this. Naturally the boss moves like 15 times the speed I do. I think the biggest problem with the game is that the jumping is just terrible. It just doesn't work properly. Oh god, is Freddy coming? I'll beat the level at least. I think you get one continue, by the way. If I remember this game correctly. Because I don't think I've ever actually gotten past that boss before. I never really cared to play this game much because... Well, I mean, it's the Spider-Man Game Boy game. Though, I will give it this. This game is not very good, but it is at least far better than the sequels. Amazing Spider-Man 2 and 3 on the Game Boy, those games are fucking terrible. Like, they are the absolute worst. It's like, they just throw in, like, just these garbage, like, extra objectives that just don't work. Yeah, it's like, you do not want to play those. I think those are done by Bits, who could make good games on occasion, but a lot of the games that they did were just kind of terrible. Like, when it came to licensed games, they were one of the worst. Like, when they were asked to do, like, ports of good games, yeah, they may have been okay. But, yeah, licensed games, just, no. They were the last people to go to for licensed games, trust me. Here we go. Fucking bats. Where's this, Castlevania? May as well be. Though, to be fair, at least you actually move at a decent speed, unlike Castlevania. Though the jumping is arguably worse. Because at least the jumping in Castlevania was consistent, in a way that it kind of isn't in this game. It has like a slight Athena quality to it. And like I say, Athena, again, is not is not something that you want your game compared to. Because it's like, sometimes you jump high and sometimes you jump low, and it just feels inconsistent. Also, yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the web thing does, or how to use it. I think it's A and B at the same time, maybe? No. Hold on, was there an objective to this level that I'm missing? I don't remember actually getting to this point previously, so... Yeah, whatever this level has involved, I don't know what it is. I'm just like... I don't know. I'm not sure if the level just loops. Like it's Wally Bear and the No Gang. Maybe they were saying no to this game. Though, to be fair, this is not the worst game I've played. You know. Oh, okay, I think he is the boss. Let's see what he does. Like, why is the jump really shit? Or the jump kick, I should say. Because the jump kick, you would expect it to have at least some range. And that's something that I liked about, yeah, that's at least one thing that I did like. Yeah, that's one thing that I actually did like about Kung Fu Master. At least the jump kick in that game worked. Kind of. I mean, I could continue playing... Does it stop me at the boss? That's what I want to know. So I kind of want to see what the next level is. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Naturally, there are no iframes. Also, note the fact that the boss's health was depleted, and yet the game was just like, no, he's not dead yet. This is like Street Fighter 2 nonsense. Except I didn't mind it in Street Fighter 2, because that was actually a good game. Yeah, Supervision games. I mean... Yeah, Bit's one of the only third-party companies they could get for that. I don't know. I mean, they were kind of among the best games on the Supervision, but, I mean, the competition was Bond Treasure and Sachin, so, you know, outside of Popo Team, there wasn't a whole lot of competition there. Oh, here we are. Central Park. Also, he just... Yeah, he like, activates... The thing on his own. But again, I don't know what causes him to jump high. He just does it at random, it seems. Like there, he jumped high, but I wasn't sure what did that. But yeah, like I said, this is not a good game, and the lack of iframes is a big problem too. Sometimes you just tank hits, because that's just how the game is. And like... And then you have sections like this where you have to do a high jump. But like, sometimes you just won't do it. Like what? Why not just... I don't know, like, they could have maybe had, like, some kind of inertia system, like Mario, or just hold up and A to do a high jump, like in some other games. No, I think... Well, let's just play further. I assume this is, like, my last continue. Like I say, I don't think this game is irredeemable. But, you know what it is? It's one of those games where you kind of feel underpowered. And for a game based on a superhero, that's like the last thing you want to do. It's like, yeah, just tanking hits. It's like the whole city wants him dead. And like, what does that even do? Also, yeah, this is clearly just the boss area from the first level. Yeah, there we go. That is Amazing Spider-Man for the Game Boy. They don't even give you unlimited continues because Rare were bastards who wanted you to suffer with a lot of their games. Case in point, Cobra Triangle, one of the most unnecessarily hard games ever made. And Battletoads, obviously. Can't forget about that one. But at least it has this theme song. So yeah, I think we'll leave that there. Amazing Spider-Man, where does it go? Yep, he's amazingly... He is amazingly done for. Do you think it's Pete's time? I don't know. Captain Skyhawk. I mean, Captain Skyhawk is okay. I don't love it. It's one of those games I find it to be very kind of mid-tier. It's playable, but it's not necessarily one I'd go out of my way to play. So where does Castlevania... Oh, not Castlevania. Amazing Spider-Man go on this list? Well, let's compare it to Castlevania The Adventure. I think it controls better than that game overall. You actually move at a decent speed, unlike that game. But the jumping is inconsistent. The attacks lack range. I don't know. I like that it at least gets a little bit of use out of the spider powers. Like, this doesn't feel like a game that they just slapped the Spider-Man license onto at the last minute and was originally going to be an original IP. This, at least, it doesn't have that crazy castle feel in that sense. So I like that. But there's not a whole lot to the levels. A lot of the time it just kind of feels like a bad Rolling Thunder or Shinobi or something like that. At times. And it misses some of the more definitive, interesting qualities of those games. The boss fights just... I'm not even sure if there is a strategy to them. And there's also no iframes when you get hit, so oftentimes you just take tons of hits in a row, because the enemies don't die when you touch them. It's got that British feel to it in a bad way. Yeah, it's not good. But I think I would still play it over Castlevania The Adventure. Like, if I had to choose between them, Castlevania The Adventure is slow to the point that it kills any potential enjoyment it might have. I think it's better than Koro Dice, because Koro Dice is just, like, you play one level over and over again, but they just, like, add an extra obstacle in the way each time, and just call it a day. It's got more effort to it than that. It's easier to figure out than Versus Battler, so I'd play it over that. Game of Harmony... Is it better than Game of Harmony? That's a difficult one. I mean, Game of Harmony... I think it had kind of a sound concept behind it. But I feel like there were much better versions of it. Amazing Spider-Man, I don't think there are necessarily better versions of that, because I don't think it was ever released on anything else. And I have definitely played worse Spider-Man games. Like I say, the sequels to that are far worse. Those were just... They just play worse, and... They change up the gameplay in ways that actively make it worse than the original. So, like, this game at least kind of keeps things simple. It's like, okay, walk to the right, fight a boss, you know, it at least kind of works in that sense. But I think it is worse than Penguin Land. Like, Penguin Land, I think if I had to go back and play one of those games, I would take Penguin Land over this. So, you know what? Amazing Spider-Man avoids the bottom 10, but not by much. It's currently the number 11 from the bottom, but it is a top 100 game. You can't discredit that. It is a top 100 game. But there we go. That is Spider-Man for Game Boy. Or Amazing Spider-Man, I should say. But it could be worse. Actually, looking at these games, I'm not sure it can. I feel like all of these games may be better to varying degrees. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick break, but let's spin the wheel. See what we've got next. The final 10. It's going to be quite interesting. Ooh, here we go. Oh yes. We got the true classics now. Yeah, we've got some real heavyweights on this wheel. As you see, Burai Fighter, Lock and Chase, Super Mario, and of course, Bubble Ghost. Well, I'm going to take a quick break, but join me after the break where we will play some Bubble Ghost, so don't go. Oops. Okay. Yes, we are back. And we are ready to play the final 10 games that we're going to look at on this cartridge. But we're not doing these first 13 games because they don't count. They do not qualify for this list. You know, as much as I would love to play an incomprehensible Dragon Ball game that you can't play unless you're fluent in Japanese, we're just going to have to skip it. It just it's too big to qualify for this list. But that's okay, because we can play some Bubble Ghost, and there is always time for Bubble Ghost. Oh, here we go. I want to put this in black and white, because, you know, Bubbles and Ghosts, you know, both famous for being monochrome. And hey, infograms Always a sign of quality. This game will rock your world. I mean, just listen to this theme song for one. Was this game actually released in Europe? I thought this was Japan only. But yeah, I guess it must have been. Yep, here we go. Bubble Ghost. Bubble Ghost is innovation, as you will say. So Bubble Ghost is a game where you play as a ghost, and you have to blow this bubble, which looks suspiciously like an egg, to the edge of the screen. It's a very interesting game, actually. It's, I mean, I guess it's kind of a puzzle, but not in the... I don't know, it's like an action puzzle, in a sense, as everything's kind of going on in real time. So I can't remember what this thing does. I can't remember if you're supposed to touch that or not. So, yeah, the whole concept of this game is that if the bubble touches the walls or spikes or various other bits, it bursts. And the idea is to get the bubble to the end of the room without it bursting. Also, yeah, the soundtrack to this game is excellent. Also, sometimes you have to do stuff like this, like blow out a candle, because heat will also destroy the bubble, so you got to be careful with that. And yes, I have played this game before. I've never beaten it. I have tried, but this is a pretty difficult game. Also, yeah, the soundtrack to this game is excellent. It has to be said. It is one of the big pluses of this game. Like I say, interesting concept, awesome soundtrack, and I really like the graphics in this too. There's a style to this version that I don't think the other versions have. So, if you don't know, this was a microcomputer game to start off with. I think Infogrames may have published the computer versions, I don't remember. I think this was a French game, so kind of makes sense. But you see how difficult this gets, like, you gotta fit it through pretty tight corridors. Though you do note the fact, well, you may note the fact that sometimes you'll get an extra life. Oh, is there a way to switch this thing off? I don't remember. But I quite like the character designs in this. Like, the ghost in this one, you know, actually looks like a ghost. In the other versions, it kind of looked like a, well, apologies for being vulgar, but it kind of looks like a condom with a face. So yeah, the character designs and stuff are better, I think. Also, yeah, I think I actually do need to turn this fan off, right? I don't remember how you do that. There's a way to do it. Ah, here we go. Yeah, you just press the button at the right spot, I think. But yeah, this game definitely wins on presentation. You know, in that sense, I'd call it one of the best out of the games that we've seen so far. And possibly just ever, to be honest. Because, you know, I mean, we are over 60 games into this list. Okay, this is where the game gets hard, by the way, just for the record. Ooh. Okay, I don't know how I managed that, but I did it. Just slight amount of panic. Hey, I made it past hole number 6. So I don't remember how many levels there are to this. I think there is something like... How many levels are there to this? I think there's something like 35 levels. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, it's like precision-based puzzling, let's say. Okay, that was bad timing on my part. Yeah, that's what happens if the bubble bursts, by the way. The ghost gets upset. It's like, no! Why did you allow the bubble to burst? You bastard! Okay, I'm trying to get the timing on this down. Also note the fact that there is a timer going the whole time, so you do have to be careful with that. You cannot take your time that much. I mean, you kind of can, but... Yeah, you have to be, like, going at a reasonable speed, let's say. Ooh, I like that sound. But, so yeah, I don't know what the on-off thing does. I do know this game has shortcuts. Also, yeah, the hitboxes in this are... I mean, I've been talking about them a lot recently, but in this game they are point on. And for a game like this, they kind of have to be, because... You know, with all the precision that you have to do... Yeah, I'm glad that they did get it spot on for this game. Okay, so this did get a US release. But yeah, originally a French game on Atari ST. Okay, what does this do? Yeah. Blow the trumpet. The trumpet! Okay. Does the snake ever get back up? I'm gonna guess no. Or hopefully no, but I don't know. It's like I said earlier, I'm generally not a fan of microcomputer games, but I do think this is a good one. I don't remember if the actual microcomputer versions were good. I want to say this is the best version, I think. Like I say, it's, from a presentation standpoint, I would say this is the best one. I'm pretty sure the other versions don't have this music, so yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they... Like, I remember those games being fine. I just seem to recall this being, like, a better version. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep playing this for a bit. Because you know what? I mean, oh, actually, I think this is where it gets hard! I don't know how you do this. Oh. Okay, I meant to blow down to the left, but I wasn't in the right place to do that. The DOS version. Yeah, I think I did play the DOS version a bit. That one's alright. Okay, this is... Yeah, I think this is the point... Oh, yeah, this is the point where the game gets hard. Because now you're having to wedge the bubble through, like, a whole bunch of moving obstacles. Like I say, I've never beaten this game. Ooh. Okay, that was... that was my fault. I messed up. I was too rash. Also, you can just hold down the button, but sometimes it helps just to tap it. I don't think the B button actually does anything. Not that it really needs to. Oh! Okay. I'm panicking. This is not helping. Oh, okay. Ooh. And you know what? It controls solidly too. I cannot fault the controls for this game. It's just a case that they make it harder by just making the... Oh. Yeah, they make it harder by making the hallway shorter. Or, well, thinner, I guess. Is a more accurate way of saying it. And then you get obstacles like this where... Okay, I keep messing up. That's my fault. I'm not actually paying attention to what direction the ghost is facing. Here we go. So I think I have to align myself a certain way and it works. Yeah, you rotate the ghost of the keys in those ones. In this one, you just do it automatically, which I think helps. And it actually does work, the automatic controls. It's not a case that it makes the game harder to play, necessarily. Unless you're me, and you just keep pressing buttons too quickly without actually positioning yourself properly. Also, what does CA mean? I don't remember this screen. I'm sure I've gotten this well before, I just can't remember this bit. It has been a while since I've played this, so you'll have to excuse my faulty memory. Also, yeah, the elephant. Yeah, let's avoid the elephant in the room and move on. Yeah, I don't know what these obstacles do. I'm sure they do something, I just didn't figure it out. Also, yeah, so, hall 14, by the way. So I think there's a shortcut here. You can place the bubble in a specific space. Oh, yeah, you gotta get the timing down, like, almost perfectly, though, to do that. Okay, you know what, let's just go to hall 15. Screw the shortcut. Let's just do this normal one. So I kind of want to see if I can get 100,000 points. See if I can make a use of that final digit. Or the first digit, technically. Okay, are there going to be laser gates here? Seems not. I don't think there are. Also, yeah, I actually did play this theme during the pre-stream thing. It just picks songs at random, and this is one of the songs that came up. It was a good time for it. Oh, did I get 100,000 points? Yes! There we go. Unfortunately, I didn't get an extra life for that. So what does this do? And what does CA do? Like, what is CA? Oh. Okay, apparently that's a solution. Just blow the spider and kill it. I guess that works. Shuffle mode? What is shuffle mode? Oh, yeah. Oh, shuffle mode in the music player, I see. Okay, this... How am I good? Okay, how am I going to be an optimist about this? Not that, apparently. Okay, I'm going to be careful on the screen. Because I'm on my last life and I don't want to jeopardize my run. I mean, you do get continues, but I think you only get a few of them. So, yeah, apparently I'm halfway through the game at this point. In fact, there is... Something about this game feels strangely modern in its design. I don't know. Like, this has the feel of, you know the Massacre games? There's a feel of those to this a little bit. Though certainly not nearly as masochistic as those. I mean, this is difficult, but it's not like... It's not intentionally made to be as hard as possible. Like, it gets really hard towards the end. Towards the end. But, yeah, I think difficulty-wise, this is about right. Like, it takes a lot of practice. It's challenging. But, I wouldn't call it unfair. Though, yeah. Though certainly I'm not great at it, as you can probably tell. Oh, oops. Okay, I positioned myself wrong, and I messed up. Okay, let's continue just for the hell of it. Reset my score, but whatever. I enjoy this game enough to want to retry, though I may not get past this room. I think you can skip this room with that shortcut, but I failed to get the shortcut, so... Okay, let's get the timing on this down! Oh! Yeah, getting the timing down on this bit is really hard. Never quite do it. Also, yeah, when I do that, it doesn't really help. Yeah, I think you gotta get, like, straight down the middle. Oh, but I had that. No, apparently not. And got 0 points. Yeah, I guess the strategy here is go for the shortcut so you don't have to do this room. See, it's that wide one that keeps getting me. Anyway, I think I'll leave that there, because something tells me I'm probably not going to get past that room. But yes, Bubble Ghost for the Game Boy. Hold on, let me sort something out here. Yes, Bubble Ghost. It's taken a long time to get to this one, considering that we've done the vast majority of the 32K titles already. But where does this one rank on the list? It's better than Cat Trap. It's definitely a top 10 game. You know, I think it's faster paced than Cat Trap, and it's got a better soundtrack than that game. It's better than Dr. Mario. Good as Dr. Mario is, the later levels can feel a little bit luck-based with where the viruses are. It feels more solid than Mr. Chin. It's more fun than Hong Kong. It's more fun than Battle City. But then there's a remake of this? Okay, it's the first I've heard of that. Ooh. No, I'm down for that. Coming soon from Selector Play. Was it like Craig David's studio? And the crowd say, both Selector. Okay. It's better than Pipe Dream. I think I prefer the faster pace of this to Pipe Dream. I don't know. It's got that certain kind of feel to it. It's kind of like Spelunker, but instead of a platformer, it's a puzzle game. And I like Spelunker, so that helps. It's better than Bomb Jack. It's got a similar level of soundtrack, as you can hear right now. But it's got more variety in the levels, and it has more levels. Bomb Jack, I think, has 20 levels, and then it loops. This game, I think, has 36 levels. I think it's better than Minesweeper, because it just has a much better soundtrack than Minesweeper. But is it better than Tetris? I need to think about this. Is Bubble Ghost a better game than Tetris on the Game Boy? Because as good as Tetris is on Game Boy, its position at the top is shaken because it's a very early take on Tetris, and there are some rough edges. You can't correct your moves in that game in the way that you sort of can in Bubble Ghost. And I don't know. There were just better takes on it that would be released later on. In countless forms, including on Game Boy. And I think that kind of holds back Tetris a little bit. Compared to later versions of Tetris. And, you know, Bubble Ghost, the Game Boy version is definitive. And so I think, with that in mind, we have a new number one. Tetris has been dethroned. The king is dead. Long live the king. Because Tetris may be an all-time classic, but when you're competing against Bubble Ghost, what you have to understand is there is a bubble, there is a ghost. See, that makes it the better game. Because there is a bubble and there is a ghost, and it lives up to the title. There is no false advertising going on with Bubble Ghost. And on that bombshell, let's see what else we've got left. See the classics. Oh, here we go. Oh, nearly Super Mario Land again. But we do get Solomon's Club, which is another one that I'm quite interested in. I don't remember if I've actually played this one or not. But I think I know what it is. So yeah. Solomon's Club. Let's do it. So are you ready to join Solomon's Club? Oh, hold on. I just realised actually there are 9 games left on the wheel. So yeah. So I think now we're into the last 10. Okay. We're into the last 10 games on this cartridge. Can any of them beat Bubble Ghost? That is the question. And that question shall be answered over the course of this stream, hopefully. So, Solomon's Club. Let's do it. Let's just go for the down palette for the hell of it. Here we go. Looking very much like Solomon's Key, actually. I mean, it's from Tecmo. It's got the same font as Solomon's Key on the NES. Dragon Slayer's 1 is Dragon Slayer the Legend. Well, you'll learn soon enough. Ooh, here we go. I don't recall actually playing this one. But I have played a fair bit of Solomon's Key for the NES. Actually, yeah, I think I may have played this, actually, now that I think about it. So let's see how this compares with Solomon's Key. Oh, okay, so the A button jumps. Okay, that threw me off. I'm used to pressing up for this game, though I suppose A actually works better in a sense. Yeah, okay, so they changed that, which I guess kind of works. Oh, how do I get this without going in the door? Like that, apparently. Oh, okay, I didn't mean to go in the door, but I guess I did. I was trying to get the fairy. Or avoid the enemy and then get the fairy. Okay, so it's just Solomon's Key, but with different levels. Because, yeah, you'll notice the levels here are a lot smaller. Also, the game doesn't seem to be quite as difficult at the beginning. That's one thing I do remember about Solomon's Key in particular, is that it is a very difficult game. I don't know. It's a game I was never able to make much progress in because of that. Oh. Okay, here's the fairy. Give me that. So I don't think this version was made by Tecmo. I can't remember who actually made it. But it was done by someone else. Though, they do appear to have used the art assets from the NES version. But yeah, Solomon's Key on NES is quite good. Oh, hold on. Is the second fairy in this, like, bottom left area? I feel like it is. I'm like, they probably did do that just to be devious. I like the music in this one. It's quite good. It's not quite Bubble Ghost level, but, you know, it's pretty good. It is solid. Oh, okay, I can't actually jump on to get that. What's this? Yeah, there we go. I did it. I mean, I could just do this. I like that I can just kind of reach across like that, you know, which is convenient. What happens if I do that? Oh, okay, it just stays in the game. Makes sense. You cannot kill fire. I mean, you can try, but you'll get very far with it. Timer still goes down pretty fast, though. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Also, I'm not sure I picked the best colour scheme for this game. So, are there still 2 fairies on every level, like in the original? Or is it just 1 in this game? Because surely there is a second one, I'm just not sure where they would be located. Oh, okay, I think this is where the... Oh, where the shop comes into play. Let's do that. Aha! Okay, so we've got... Oh, what is that? That's like the fire that you use to, like, kill an enemy, isn't it? You've got a hammer, an axe, a timer? I guess it just gives you extra time. I think an extra life, a bell, a witch's hat, and... Is that a shoe or a scroll? Let's get the witch's hat just for the hell of it, and let's get that. I don't know what they do, but I'll take them. Oh, graphic research. Oh, okay, I didn't mean to go in the shop. So, oops. I was trying to get the key. But yeah, graphic research. I seem to recall them doing mostly good work with, well, with music in particular. They did some really good Mega Drive soundtracks, but when it came to just making games themselves, like, they've made other games I've ranked on this list, and I can't remember which ones they are, but I seem to recall them not being particularly good. In fact, I'd say this is, well, I want to say the best of them that I've done. Okay, presumably, fairy... Well, the other fairy is, like, hidden up here. I like this, the enemy's just trying to, like, trigger finger its way to victory. Well, it's not happening. I'm better than you. Aha! There we go. I knew there was going to be something hidden in these levels. Had to be. I don't know. Like, Tecmo, they made some really good games on the 8-bit systems, has to be said. One of my favourites actually being Solomon's Key 2, aka Fire and Ice, which I think is actually one of the best puzzle games on the NES. Solomon's Key is also very good. I don't think it's quite on that level, personally. Though, they are very different games in terms of how they feel. They're very similar in some ways, but, you know, the original was an arcade game, and the second one is kind of more chill. Okay, I remember this. Oh, let's not mess up the timing. Yeah. It took me a while to figure out how this level works. There's a very similar one in the NES version. Yeah, the idea is that you have to lead the enemies onto the platforms and then kill them. But they do seem to have toned down the difficulty a little bit for this one, compared to the original. There's one thing about the original. As good as it is very difficult. No. Got it the wrong animation, but oh. Guess it has to fully be on the platform. I've got to be honest though, musically this is not on the level of graphic research as Mega Drive games, because those soundtracks were something else. They were just... They were getting the most out of that shit, let me tell you. But are you ready to try the next room? Okay, let's at least do this first set of levels, because I want to see what happens after room 10. If there are bosses or anything like that. Okay, I don't remember the strategy for this level. Okay, let's do this. Oh, hold on. Actually, I have an idea. What's this? I'll try to get this bottom one out of the way at least. Oh! Okay, I got it trapped in the corner! You know, you don't really get a lot of time to do these levels, though, it has to be said. Okay, here we go. Got that one trapped. And now I'm gonna get the fairy. Oh, hold on. I gotta jump over this! There we go. I think that will do. Yeah, I don't know if they have... I mean, surely they've got to have 2 fairies in each level. I just don't know where they are in this one. Because all the levels are different, which is good. I'd rather them make new levels rather than just port over the ones from the other versions. And just have it just be like, oh... yeah, we're just going to take the levels from the other versions and just crop the screen. This kind of... yeah, it seems to be, I don't know, like it takes cues from the other versions, or they're similar to levels in oh. Okay, apparently touching that is instant death. I thought it only killed you if you touched the projectiles, but I guess not. So, what are those items I got? Do I have to go into the menu to use them? Yes, status. Okay, here we go. Control A or B? Oh, I guess Control B is like the original. Yeah, I'm kind of used to it. Let's see. Let's see if that's true. Is this up to jump? Might not be great to do with the GameCube controller. Yeah, okay, it is. What am I doing? No, I'm about to get hit. Oh, look out, kid, you're going to get hit. What am I doing? I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm working my way to victory. Like that. Oh, here we go. Yep, just gonna... just try to 360 no-scope. But unfortunately, they're like a 12-year-old. Who doesn't actually fully know how the game works. It's like, is that what a 360 no-scope is? I don't know. Am I cool? Oh, I got a hidden room. Yeah, these were in the original game as well. Yeah, okay, this version feels slightly weird playing it with the analog stick to jump. It feels more natural with a D-pad, I think, actually. Okay, I've got an idea. There's got to be something hidden in this crevice. Yep, knew it. I called the game's bluff. Can't hide that from me. Oh, nice. I got a second one. Yep, took until the hidden room to find that. I'm going to no-scope you! Boo! Boo! Pa! Pa! Yeah, I'm just gonna go full Chab one. Pa! Though actually, one of my all-time favourite videos is, what is it? It's Chad Warden. So you know the EA Games intro? They just dub over that with Chad Warden. Oh no, I remember this level. This level is a pain. Okay, let's see if I can get them to sync. Oh! Okay. Gotta get the positioning right. Okay, so does this give you time? Or does it stop time? I would assume it gives you more time, but I'm not sure I need that. Let's get that, because I want to see what that does. Yeah, because I've bought both of these. I mean, I assume maybe the stat increases, but I haven't noticed much of a difference. Let's get the bell, just because. And let's get the flame. Do you have to buy flames in this? Because in the original you could just collect them from the right place. Actually, I'm just going to revert the controls back at this point. I'm too used to this control now. Yeah, here we go. Oh. Yeah, every time it just goes in. Okay. Yeah, I'll just beat the level, screw it. Room 9. Ooh. That does not look like a 9. Looks like a very abstract drawing of a very strange ghost. Okay, let's see if I can... I want to at least do these first 10 levels. I imagine this game gets, like, super hard later on, like the original, but... Hold on. Is there something hidden in this bit? No. So I think I know what you gotta do here. You gotta do this. So, how are you meant to get that? Oh, yeah, you're probably supposed to land on it. Yeah, you're meant to walk onto it from above. Okay, I messed that up. And I don't think it's recoverable. Yeah. Oh yeah, Dana is known for his for shopaholic tendencies. I don't know. If only he could become Bo Jackson. And then just do the crazy running plays. Because when I think of Tecmo, you know, the heroes I think of Rygar, and, you know, Ryu Hayabusa, and Bo Jackson. Because he cannot be stopped. I don't know. Who do you think is the ultimate quarterback? The ultimate QB. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes or Bo Jackson. See, Bo, not only could he play American football, but he could also play baseball. And that made him the multiple threat. Oh, I can't actually go this way, I think. Okay, let's go to the exit. Oh. Timing's a bit strict on this, but I did it. I'm really bad at the timing on this, but that's okay, they haven't killed me yet, I don't think. Just that one face where touching it is instant death for some reason. Also, I just saw like a fairy like blink on screen for like a frame. And then it just disappeared. Maybe that's where the bubble ghost got off to. Oh! Well, apparently I just did like a fifth of the game, unless there's more of it. There probably are, actually, because I'm sure there were more levels in Solomon's Key, actually. But maybe it's just a case of you unlock the other half of the game after doing the first half. It's like Mega Man in that sense. Oh, yeah, thankfully touching the enemy as it's dying doesn't kill you, at least. Oh, yeah, I forgot they do that. Actually, yeah, I remember this. Actually, I'm not sure if a level like this was in the original or not. But I know what to do. Boom! Okay. I don't know why I said boom, but I did. Yeah, boom goes the dynamite, apparently. Hold on. Oh. Okay, select is the give up button. I was trying to use like an item, but... Yeah. I just wanted to see if that worked like it did in the original. It does, but you have to use a different button. And I think the controls have been refined a little bit here. They actually seem to be a bit faster compared to the original game. But I'm not going to complain about that. But there we go. Okay, let's see what this next room looks like, and then I think I'll call it a day for this one. Because I don't think this is going to change up all that much. But you know what? I like this one. I think it is good. Yeah, you know what, Graphic Research? You did a solid with this game. Okay. Though it seems a lot easier at the beginning compared to the original. Though, like I say, that's not really a bad thing. It's just different. I suppose if you want something that's closer to the arcade difficulty, then maybe. But, you know, actually, before we move on, let's see what this does. Is this like the axe from Castlevania? Oh, I'm trying to use that. Yeah, I'm not sure what that does, actually. Did I use it? Or... Oh, maybe that's to, like... Yeah, maybe that's to break a solid block. Let's try that. Check it out. Maybe? No, I'm not sure how that works. Okay, so I think I'll leave that there, but... There we go. Solomon's Key? Quite good. I'm impressed by that, mildly. I mean, it's not that much different from the original Solomon's Key, but... It's a good version, and that's important. And it isn't just... Again, it's not like Paperboy, where they've just taken the NES version and just ported it straight over without making adjustments to accommodate for the different hardware. They have actually gone back and redone all the levels, and I think that is important. So, first thing we need to ask, is this a top 10 game? Is this better than Cat Trap? Because Cat Trap has Cat Boy, and it has Cat Girl, but it doesn't have item shops. And I think it has maybe a little bit less variety in terms of obstacles and enemy types. It doesn't have fairies. At least I don't recall seeing any fairies in it. No, I think the fact that you can jump in Solomon's Club and not Cat Trap, I think that gives it the edge. Cat Trap is good, but it's not quite on the level of Solomon's Club. Like, Cat Trap is cool, don't get me wrong, it's just... I don't know. So, sometimes I wish I could jump in that game, in ways that you can't really do in that one. Oh, thank you. Is it better than Dr. Mario? See, Dr. Mario is good, but I would say that the console versions are better. And Solomon's Club... I mean, you could maybe argue that Solomon's Key is better in a sense, but it's got different levels. And it is worth playing in its own right to play those levels. Like, Dr. Mario doesn't really have that. It's kind of just, you know, it's the same levels that you're going to get in other versions, because it's all random and same layouts, styles and everything. Solomon's Club is a game worth playing in its own right, in a way that Dr. Mario kind of isn't. But is it better than Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise? That's a game I've actually been playing some of off stream. I've just gone through that, and I'm just like, you know what, this is a good game. This is a good game. There's a slight bit of jank to it, but it's quite good fun. And it's very Ninja Jajamaru-kun-like, and the world needs more games like that. Solomon's Club is good, but Solomon's Key 2 was released not long afterwards, and I think that was better. Oh god, Snoopy's Magic Show. That is not a good game, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's jank in kind of a good way, you know, Sonic Adventure sense, maybe. Yeah, I think that's the ceiling for this one. That's where it hits the ceiling and cannot break the block. It's better than Dr. Mario, but it's not quite as good as Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. But congratulations to our new top 10 game, Solomon's Club. It's a good game. Maybe try that one out. Ooh, but here we go. See what else we've got. We've got some real classics. Classics like Super Mario Land. Yep, they couldn't stop me from playing it forever. Welcome, and enter the center of my Super Mario adventure. My girl's trapped on the other side of town, so I'm moving in leaps and bounds. Yes. The wheel tried to stop me. It wanted to stop me from playing Super Mario Land. Does it know something I don't? Or is the wheel just a bastard? I guess we'll find out. As we play Super Mario Land with its weird custom colour scheme. Oh yes. So yes, it's got the song, the theme that inspired the Super Mario rap. And this wasn't like some internet thing, we're talking like back in the 90s. You know, you got the Goombas, you got bricks. Kind of an interesting one, because you notice how small the graphics are. But a lot of the Mario elements are there. You know, you've got the coins, you've got the Goombas, you've got fire flowers, you've got the pipes. I'm sure you can go down to some of them. I guess that's not one of them. I remember being able to go down that pipe. Also, you got the fireballs that work strangely in this one, because they just kind of bounce up the screen. Like it's a game of Breakout. Also, the soundtrack to this game is classic. Like, you cannot do much better than the Super Mario Land soundtrack. It is definitive. Also, you can use the fireball to collect the coins, which is weird. Like that. Oh, they need to add the Super Mario Compact Disco remix to this. So they got, like, Buzzy Beetles or whatever. No, that was a different enemy, wasn't it? That was in the first game. Super Mario 1 on the Nintendo Entertainment System. But this definitely feels... It's like they, you know, they hired a different team to remake Super Mario 1 on the Game Boy. And they took a lot of strange liberties. Like, you got this Egyptian theme, as you can probably tell there. And then you have just weird stuff like this. Where, oh, you go up the top exit, and then you get to do a bonus game. And this is what the bonus game looks like. Yeah, look at this! Oh. Okay, I pressed the button at the wrong time, but I got away with it. I got all the extra lives. I was trying to go for the 2, actually. So I'm like, well, I'll definitely get at least an extra life out of it. Yeah. Do you know the lyrics to the song? I'll give you a clue. It's in the stream title. So, I don't know what these enemies are. I don't recognise them from anywhere else. I don't think they ever appeared in any other game. Which is unfortunate. Like, Nintendo seems to have abandoned this game over the years. Like, because, I mean, recently I was playing the, what was it, the Game Boy Switch app. And this game isn't even on there. They have the second game, you know, Super Mario Land 2, which is a great game. I will not discredit it in any way. That is an all-time classic, but this game really should also be on there. Along with Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3, as they also like to call it, even though Mario isn't even in that one. But those are 2 games that deserve recognition. I'm like, you know what, Super Mario Land 1? I don't know. I didn't play Super Mario Land 2 until later. This was the one I had back in the day. And you know what? It is still a favourite. For all its weirdness. And I think, honestly, the weirdness of this game is its charm. Because it just... Oh, oops. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like any other... Who in their right mind would play Super Mario Land 2 before playing Super Mario Land 1? Also, yeah, exploding Koopas. That's the whole thing about this game. There's just a lot of weirdness to it that you just won't find with any other Mario game. You know, it's like Super Mario, like, you know, exploding Koopas, this weird bonus game that you don't really get anywhere else. The whole Egyptian theme, which I guess they kind of brought back. You know, Mario 2 kind of has this. Not exactly the same. But I'm pretty sure this wasn't made by... Yeah, this was not worked on by Miyamoto. He did not... Yeah, he was not involved with this game. I think Gunpei Yokoi may have been involved. It was like a different team to the ones that made the NES games. And I guess it kind of shows, but like I said, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, Super Mario Land 2, that was definitely more... We want to make a console-style Mario game in 8-bit, but do it differently to the first game. And I guess that's arguably more successful. Oh yeah, I forgot they shoot backwards. Also, yeah, I think there's a slight delay on the stream capture as well, which is not going to help. Though it does mean I can go down to this section. Also, I have like 9 lives anyway, so you know, I think I can afford to lose a couple. Imagine if you miss this mushroom and you have to, and you just kind of get soft locked. Here we go. But like I say, I think Nintendo, they need to add this game onto the Switch eShop. Like legitimately. I mean, even if you're like, okay, this game is not as good as the sequel, even if you think that, the first game is still worth including. Like, there are so few monochrome games on that app. It's like, they don't have this game, they don't have Wario Land. Did they have Metroid 2? I can't remember. But, like, they don't have, like, Balloon Kid. Like, they could have added that to it. It's just silly. You play this in demo kiosks. So yeah, like I said, I mean, I had this game back in the day on Game Boy, because I just had like a handful of Game Boy games that I guess my my family just got for cheap, because it was the late 90s and I guess people were just getting rid of them. Yeah, that was the worst option I could have taken, actually. Probably should have just gone for the flower, to be honest. Also, yeah, like, UFOs. In fact, this looks a little bit like the... what was it? The ice level from Mario 2. I mean, Mario 2 is also kind of a strange game in its own right, in that. But even like Mario Land... oh, not Mario Land 2. Super Mario Brothers 2. That's what I mean. Even that gets more respect nowadays. Like, people used to hate on it. It's like... oh, it's not really a Mario game, even though it totally is. Oh, I don't think I can... no, I can't go up there. Oops. Also, I forgot there isn't a firefly in those bits, which is kind of what I was going for. Also, like, are there just, like, fish skeletons coming out to kill me? Also, yeah, don't get hit by the Koopa that explodes into a bomb for some reason. Also, the soundtrack to this game is great, I'm sorry. Like... You cannot, even if you don't like this game, you cannot front on the soundtrack. It is classic. And again, unique. These songs never came back, I don't think, for anything. Like, even, like, Smash Brothers, I don't think ever references them. At least I don't remember it doing that, anyway. It's like, yeah, we're not going to bring back Mario Land 1. That game is too old. Even though we'll, you know, re-release Super Mario Brothers 1 constantly. Which is older than this. So I love that sound when you get an extra life. Just great sound design all around. Also, yeah. Yeah, Super Game Boy. Also, those things fall down, like, super quick. Which is interesting. Oh, you got the stream promo image. You know, I may consider getting the Tomb Raider Remastered Collection. Because I've played through the first game, and I'm like, you know, I kind of want to play the sequels. Also, yeah, I actually did want the flower that time. I mean, I've got 11 lives. I don't really need extra lives that much. See if this works. Yeah, there we go. Just like the original, you can just do that. Oh, also, I love this theme when you go down the pipe. Listen to this. They did bring back this theme in Mario Land 2. Like one of the stage themes has this melody to it. No, I think I just went out the same pipe I came in. That's interesting. Unless maybe they're just recycling that bit of the level, I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Oh. I've got that enemy does that. But that's okay, as long as you stay out of the way, you're okay. And you can just do that. Oh, no, I got bad positioning. That's a problem. If you're in the wrong spot, then the fireball just isn't going to bounce where you want it to. Okay, now I'm on mission, evade every single enemy in the vicinity. Hold on. Is there a mushroom in any of these? I don't think there is. Most of the time you're just stuck with coins. Okay. Yeah, like that. Could have been a fire flower, but it was not. Well, not a fire flower, but like a mushroom at least. Yeah, give me that bonus. 36 and 1 multicart. Was Super Mario Land on it? Because I have so many multicarts with this game on it. I swear, like, every multicart I have includes this game. Which is interesting. Oh, yeah. Also, I forgot about this. Yeah, so every now and then the game just straight up goes into a shoot-'em-up. Which is really interesting. Again, I don't recall Super Mario ever really going into shoot-'em-up mode much. Like, even, like, the space level in Mario Land 2 didn't really have this going for it. And you know what? This actually is a far better shooter than, Solar Striker. It's got more variation. Partly because, you know, it's mostly a platform game, and yeah, you get, like, 2 of these stages. here we go. So this is how the game does underwater levels, and you know what? I vastly prefer this to the underwater levels in the other games. Because you got a lot more control. It's like, you know, I wish every Mario game, the underwater levels just gave you like a ship. So you're not stuck with like really slow swimming speed. I mean, this on its own makes it better than Super Mario World. Though it's kind of funny, I mean, this game came out in 1989, so we're talking months after Super Mario 3 was released in Japan, but quite a while before that game got released outside of Japan, because that game just had, like, it took ages to come out in foreign markets, but for whatever reason, I don't know. Nintendo just like, yeah, we can just hold off on releasing this game forever. Like I think the NES version literally, well, the European version I think was literally like 1991. There we go. Also, yeah. So that's the boss. Wait, had Ryobao Garo Densetsu Special? I don't think I've played that on Game Boy. Yeah, you can just cheese the boss. And I had the power-ups as well, so... Yeah, like, how many platformers have a shooter level? Because there are more than this. I do know that there are other ones out there, like Rocket Knight Adventures does that. I was going to say Gunstar Heroes, but that's more of a... Yeah, I mean, that's more like a run and gun, rather than like a mascot platformer. M-type. Oh. Oh no, I got the 3 lives. KO2 on... Wait, KO2 is a platformer? I thought that was just a shooter like the first one. I don't know, I never played KO2. Oh. So yeah, reprise of the theme. You cannot go wrong with Super Mario, See, this song was so good, it inspired a rap song out of it. Like, you want to be as 1992 as possible, you go for the Mario Land rap. But do you know the lyrics to the Super Mario Land song? Because I do. KO2 is good. Oh, hello, Taizo. How you doing? Okay. Belt, lever belt. Lever belt, 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 belt. Oh, do. Sorry. When I think of this song, yeah, I think of the Super Mario Land rap, and I think of this, and I think of the 4-strength, 4-stam leather belt song. Also, yeah, the Easter Island statues are a bastard, and just like to get in the way for no reason. I'm not good with this level. God, it's like Gradius all over again. Except at least in this game, if you die once, you know, you can actually recover, unlike in Gradius. That was always the big problem with those. Oh. Yeah, that's always like the massive problem with Gradius. If you die once, you may as well just reset. Or enter like the Konami code. Thankfully, touching that doesn't kill... Oh. I forgot about those enemies. Those enemies are the worst, because they just kill you before you even get a chance to react to them. At least they don't turn around to get you again, but... Wait, did it send me backwards? Or is this just this... No, sod off. Ugh, I hate these things. Yeah, that's what you deserve. Git. Yeah, see, this is where not having the fireball can be a problem. Yeah, that game is, like, crazy expensive, isn't it? I don't know, I'm not familiar with... Like, I'm no expert on the Saturn. Okay, let's not lose the... I fucking hate these enemies. If they weren't so bloody fast, it would be doable. Yeah, this level does have the most obnoxious enemies in it, like, by far. Like, I seem to recall level 4 is actually a fair bit easier than this. I don't know what it is about, like, games that have Easter Island statue levels, but they are always the hardest levels in the game. Like, Gradius is a great example of that. Like, Gradius, it's just like, why make the Easter Island statue level so ridiculously hard? I guess that's, like, the rule. If you have an Easter Island statue level, it must be the hardest level in the game. It doesn't matter if it's level 3, and there's, like... I mean, it could be the final level, or it could be, you know, in the first half of the game, like in Gradius. But it still has to be the hardest level, no matter what. Like I say, I do remember the 4th level being easier. Also, I'm just holding down B the whole point. Rhythm Heaven. Was the song in that game? Because that would be interesting. So I don't recall this ever really being referenced beyond, like, Super Mario Compact Disco. And that was more like a fan project. That was, I guess, kind of official. Though, I suppose it does have the issue where you fall down way too fast. Like that. It's got, like, Mega Man 1 physics, almost. Where sometimes you just fall down way faster than it seems like you should. It's like if you fall off a moving platform in Mega Man 1, you just drop like a rock for like no reason. No pun intended, considering the level, but... yeah, it's just like, you just drop like crazy fast. And that's one thing that I liked about the other games more than this, is that that didn't happen in those games. Oh, I see. Yeah, those just make me think of Gradius. It just brings back bad memories of the level from that game. Okay, well, may as well get the flower at least. Oh. Also, yeah, they use the boss level theme for this, even though it's not actually the boss level. Those were strange. Maybe it lulls you into the false sense of, oh yeah, this is a 2-part level, when actually no, it's still 3 parts. It's kind of interesting to think about this, because Super Mario Bros. 1 has, what, 32 levels? It's like dealing with spiders and DuckTales. But worse, because there's less platform to land on. Like, you look at how small the platforms are on this level. Okay, wait for this thing to move out of the way. Do you know they just make it really hard to actually get the power-ups in the first place? Oh, you sod. Yeah. I don't know if the Easter Island enemies ever come back. I think they might come back on the next level. Good thing that thing falls really slowly, so I can avoid it. Also, yeah, I don't think the bombs kill the enemies, unfortunately, which would be quite useful if you get to do that, but nope, game's not going to be that kind. Okay, here we go. Back in business. Maybe. I'm not out of business, I got another 9 lives to go. But yeah, it's kind of like Crash Bandicoot in that sense. You gotta stock up on lives early on, so that when you're losing them constantly in the later levels, you're ready for it. I think that's how this game's set up. I don't know. I can't remember if I ever beat this game as a kid, but I have beaten it as an adult. I can tell you that. So yeah, this song, I think, I don't know if anyone knows... well, if anyone's ever listened to Super Mario Compact Disco, they did use this song for... I think it was just a song titled Go Mario Go. Also, apologies for the background, it's not great. But yeah, Go Mario Go. Which is a classic. I think that was the follow-up to the Super Mario Land rap. Also, yeah, if you go the bottom route, you don't get the bonus room. And they kind of just gradually make everything harder to do, which I guess kind of makes sense. Oh. Could have sworn I landed on that, but the game said no. Oh. Yeah, it's got that classic thing where it's hard to tell where the platform is going to start moving backwards. Oh. See, I wish the platform would move further to the left. It's like, why does the platform stop moving that far to the right from where the platform is? So this does not look like a boss room. Oh, here we go. Well, I got the pipe room at least. Grabbing at least an extra life out of this. No, I'm getting every last coin, I don't care how long it takes. Hold on. I'm not gonna get fooled by this game. I see your gap where the coin is. Okay. Oh, okay, for a second, I was fully expecting to accidentally go through the pipe and lose the power up. Cham the Cat Adventure? I haven't played that one. Oh, come on, I pressed jump. Okay, I think... So, I've got a bit of a problem with this. I think it's a delay with stream capture, which makes games like this harder to play. Like, pretty much anything that's, like, fast-paced is going to be hampered by that. It's kind of, when I was playing that golf game on Dreamcast, and I kept mistiming the shots, because the stream capture was causing me to do that. Does this level even have a boss on it? I don't remember. Oh yeah, also there's this bit. Ugh. Yeah. Can really get you. Okay, so I think, yeah, this is the boss, isn't it? Cool. I'm being careful with this bit. I don't trust Mario. I guarantee you all three of these only have coins in them because the game's a bastard. So yeah, we programmed these to only have coins. Oh, okay, they actually do give you a mushroom, never mind. Okay, let's avoid that. Oh yeah, there is a boss. Yeah, cheese it like that. See, that's why you get the mushroom. That way you can just do that and just win. But yeah, capture card lag. Yeah, I mean, I am playing this on, like, my actual TV, but I think the lag is still there even on the TV, just because of the way the setup is. Because it has to go through the capture device. Also, how do the continues in this work? Because I know you can get continues, but I don't know what actually causes you to get continues. There's never any kind of, like, on-screen indication of that. Because these rooms... Yeah, because these rooms, you get extra lives, but these are not continues, I'm pretty sure. Also, yeah. Oh! Daisy. Also, get a load of the classic... Is this Chai Kingdom? I think it's called. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, welcome to Jiangxi World. Or stereotypical Chinese world. Yep, we've gone from Desert Land to Easter Island Land to China Land. Like, was there ever a China-themed level in Mario after this? I feel like there should have been, but I don't know if there was. Also, yeah, my skills in this game have just completely dissipated over the years. I'm glad that if you die there, it despawns the cannon thing at least. The game at least has the courtesy to do that. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the courtesy to give me a mushroom, which is what I need right now. Yeah, so it's like, oh, we're just going to have just tons of question mark boxes that only have coins in them. Because they know that they don't actually do a whole lot. It's like, oh. It doesn't help that the enemies can hit you from off screen as well. Or attack you from off screen. Okay, you know what? Fuck this, I'm speeding all the way to the end. Because level 4 is a bastard! If I can get through 4-1 and 4-2, I should be golden. Ah! It doesn't help that you also move very... In fact, this is almost kind of the opposite problem of Castlevania The Adventure, where that game is way too slow. This game is arguably a bit too fast. Maybe that's why they made Castlevania The Adventure slower. It's because they were like, oh yeah, this game is way too fast. We need to make sure we don't make this... We don't do this ourselves. Unfortunately, they just went way too far the other direction and... Yeah, basically it ruined the game. Also, like, I don't know what the timing is on that. Doesn't they have that stupid falling brick for no reason? Feckin' brick. Yeah, great. Yeah, thanks for the coin. I'd like something that doesn't get me killed. Yeah, you gotta get that, like, point on accurate. Otherwise you just die. Yeah, I think the lack of power-ups at this point is a problem. It's like they just don't give you enough power-ups to do these levels, I think. It's like, I really could do with a power-up at this point. Okay, and that time, okay, I didn't even touch the enemy. The game was just like, yeah, fuck you, we're just gonna kill you for no reason. Yeah, this game is like ludicrous speed. Oh, and if you die, make sure you redo the level. I don't think so. Okay, so, I mean, I could play through that, but I just don't feel like it. Yeah, I don't know. Going back and playing it, I think it makes the flaws of the game more obvious. You know, it's that game. It is a great game for its time, but it definitely has its flaws. And including flaws that, like, I don't recall finding in any other Mario game, where you've got, like, the weird momentum thing where the game is just too fast. You know, it feels like where Castlevania The Adventure was way too slow, this game is a little too fast. They probably could have stood to, like, slow the game speed down. Like, if this ran at, like, 83% of the speed, I think it would improve it. The way that playing certain games in PAL mode improves it, where usually it makes it worse, but there are exceptions. Yeah, I feel like that game, they could have done with doing that. Like, Super Mario Land 2 fixed the speed. You know, it was somewhat slower, but it was kind of equivalent to the console games, and I think that helped. And yeah, also just the whole thing with, like, the momentum, where, like, or not even momentum, where if you fall off a platform, you just fall off it, like, super fast. Like, there's no, like, gradual, you start falling. It's just, no, it's like Mega Man 1, you just, like, fall down super fast. And that's also just kind of weird. I don't know. It's almost there. But there were rough edges around the game that they kind of fixed with the sequels. And as much as I love Mario Land 1, I do get the feeling that Mario Land 2 kind of holds up as a better game. But I still think they should bring back Mario Land 1 regardless. It is still a great game. But is it the best game? I mean, is it better than Pipe Dream? Yes. Yes, it is. It's definitely better than DuckTales as far as platformers go. It's better than Solomon's Club. It is better than Pipe Dream. Is it better than Bomb Jack? I'm going to take a minute to think about this one. Bomb Jack, I think, has... Does Bomb Jack have better music? Super Mario Land's music is great. I think Bomb Jack's is technically better, but Mario Land's is probably a bit more memorable. But Bomb Jack also has very sort of cramped levels compared to the original, and I think that holds it back slightly. Plus, Mario Land does have more variation, and I think that does put it above Minesweeper as well. It's better than Tetris. It's a difficult one. See, Tetris was worked on and refined with later iterations. Like I said, there are countless attempts that did it better than the original. But the original is still great. It is still a rock-solid game. And Super Mario Land, there is no other Super Mario Land. Apart from Super Mario Land 2. Which is a very different game. But I think most people, including me, who only had the first one back in the day, would nowadays tell you that maybe that is a better game. I would still recommend both, but I guess I would kind of do that for Tetris as well. Like, Game Boy Tetris is historical. It was the killer app. It is still a great game in its own right. I think, when it comes down to it, I think I would still rather play Tetris, if I had to choose between the two. But congratulations to our new number 3, Super Mario Land, currently in the running for the bronze medal. But can any game usurp it for that? Well, let's find out with the final 8. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, and it is going to be Burai Fighter D. What does the D stand for? You're going to have to wait to find out. I'm going to have to take a quick break, so I will be back. Sorry, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, please enjoy these gems. Games. And yes, I did mute the mic again, because I must mute the mic during the break. No, it's not a YTPMV, it's from like an old Ventrilo video. Or, sorry. But yeah, we're here to play some Burai Fighter D, the classic, as I'm sure you would all agree. See what it looks like with this colour scheme. Yes. Burai Fighter Deluxe. Let's go. So this is a game that I've played some of on the NES. Also, wait, there's a versus mode? How does that work? Okay. See what this is like. We're just going to go for the easy level, because I'm going to be absolutely rubbish at this. Yes, there's no Chinese word for Xena. They never made one. Also, yeah, shoutouts to the Hug Boy, which is a great emulation thing. Also, yeah, Burai Fighter Deluxe, I don't really remember this one very well. Also, I might not have picked a great colour scheme for this. But I've played this game on the NES to some degree. It's a difficult one to describe it. It's a game that has some very interesting ideas to it. I'm not sure if it's necessarily a great game. I don't know. I was never a huge fan of the NES game. Like I say, it's got some great ideas, but something about it just... it frustrates me. In a different way to many other shooters of the time. Like, so you'll notice at the bottom is like L, R, and M, which are like the secondary weapons that you get in addition to just the regular shot. You can hold down the button, which is great. You don't have to mash it, which I do appreciate. So I've noticed that this has like some weird vertical scrolling going on. I guess they didn't want to make the stages smaller, so they were just like, okay, I'm going to take the stages from the NES version, but just had this strange scrolling thing going on. Yeah, Ken Lobb. What did Ken Lobb go on to do? Because I think he designed this game, or was a designer on it at least. Though the game itself was actually made by Kid, who made some very interesting NES games of varying quality. On the one hand, they made some not great games like Low G-Man and Doki Doki Yuenchi, which are, yeah, not that great. But they did make some much better games, including the all-time classic shooter Rekka, which is one of my favourites. It's a more difficult game than this, but I also find it to be more more fun to play at the same time. Yeah, Blue Spaceman. I probably could have picked a better colour scheme for this game, I'll be honest. But yeah, you've got different weapons. So, like, I think I have the laser here. So I think the laser does less damage than the other secondary weapons, but I think it can go through walls. Oh, no, it goes through enemies, I think, and the R goes through walls. I think the M just goes forwards, like, to the right, which is weird when they... because there are parts where the game just starts scrolling vertically, like... yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, the Club! Wait, the Club was named after Ken Lobb. Okay, I guess that makes sense. What, did he work at Rare? Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, Kid, they went on to make Pepsi Man. Also, I forgot to mention, there is a Game Boy Color version of this. I don't know if they did anything other than just, you know, add colours to it. I'm sure it looks better than this version, if nothing else. Though, I think in America that version was called Space Marauder. I don't think it got released in Europe, though this version did, as did the NES version. Because there is a NES version of this game, which is, I think, the original. In fact, yeah, it has to be, because, I mean, with the scrolling. Though I'm not sure if the hidden areas are in this version. I can't remember where they are. If I was playing the NES version, I think I'd be able to pick them out from a glance, but with the top and bottom areas cut off most of the time, it doesn't really help. So yeah, here's the missile. So the missile always shoots forward. I think if you upgrade it... yeah. So if you upgrade it, it like shoots backwards and then it shoots up and down as well, which is interesting. So you'll notice that I've upgraded the laser up to level 5, which means that now it shoots behind as well as forward. So I think that there are certain, or like, there are strategies you have to take for the bosses where, oh wait, I got E? I don't remember that from the NES version, but okay. Okay, let's upgrade the missile. Yeah, here we go. So now I can shoot left and right, and in another direction in addition to that. I want to say that oh, is this the same boss that was in the NES version, or is this different? Also, it's a bit weird that it takes away the heads-up display. I'm sure on the NES version, it displays that at all times. Okay, you know, actually I'm going to switch out to the R, because I feel like that's like the best weapon to use during the boss fights. Oh, and now the heads-up display is back. Okay, that's strange. Yeah, I guess there is a little bit of Darius to this. Oh, also, yeah, the bosses in this game are... Okay, what? I don't even know what killed me there. Like, was there a wall there? Well, no, because even if there was a wall there, the walls don't kill you in this game, so I have no idea what happened. I can only assume, like, an enemy just spawned out of nowhere without warning, because this is one of those games. It's not a bad game, necessarily. I've never liked it. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I've just never been able to get into this game. It's one of those games that has its fans. It's a little bit on the obscure side. It's one that could be quite good, but like I say, I've just never liked it that much. Like, something about the gameplay just always rubbed me the wrong way. And again, it's kind of funny, because Rekka is a more difficult game, but I've always found that to be less frustrating simultaneously, despite being made by the same people. Oh, no. Great, I grabbed the laser by accident. Wonderful. Yeah, I think you're supposed to have the R for this boss. So, what even killed me? Or maybe these orb things killed me? Oh, yeah. Thanks for having the boss camp on the right end of the screen. There we go. I do remember one thing about this game that was really good, though, which is that there were a couple of overhead levels, a bit like Bosconian. And you know how much I like Bosconian, so it's always a plus point. But I think they were taken out of this version. I guess the screen was too small for those levels to work properly, because maybe you just can't react to what's happening, and maybe that's why they took it out. I'm guessing they replaced those levels with something else, but... I don't know, like... This is a game that I want to like a lot more than I do. And to be fair, I mean, if you really want to play this game, I would say you're probably better off playing it on the NES anyway. If I'm being honest. I think there's a secret area here, isn't there? Yeah, it's like you have to hook the... No. Okay, what is going on? No, I think I did find it, actually, because, yeah, I remember this bit. Or maybe this is the normal way. I don't know. But yeah, the levels in this always felt kind of cramped to me. So it's probably for the best that they didn't make them smaller for this, because it would have just been, like, unplayable if they did, I'm sure. I mean, it's hard enough on the NES version trying to fit between the crevasses half the time. Though, as far as shooters go, I have definitely played worse. I think if you press the A button when there's, like, things on the bottom left corner, it fires out like a bomb. Actually, I should try doing that. But yeah. It's kind of the thing. Oh, but what's the B do? I don't remember that. So I'm pretty sure these icons, like the other icons I'm collecting, those are what give you the bombs. Unless I'm misremembering, or just got it wrong. I mean, there are good things about this. Like again, the fact that the walls don't kill you in this game, which is often a frustration with a lot of these shooters, like a lot of the earlier ones especially, where like touching a wall just kills you, even if you're going really slow. Like, you compare this to Silver Surfer on the NES, where just going anywhere near like a foreground object is instant death, even though you appear to be going at about 5 miles an hour, like about the same speed that I'm going at in this game. You do get killed by the edge of the screen, but that, you know, kind of what you expect. Also, I apologise for the sound effects. I think the sound effects were better in the NES version. I think that's what it comes down to. This isn't a bad game, but I guess if you wanted to play this, you're probably better off playing the NES version. Because this feels like a game that was made for the NES. Yeah, it's an alright port. It is an alright conversion. Oh, okay. Oops. Kinda want to max out one of these power-ups, but... see if I can max out the missile. Okay. So now it shoots in 4 directions, but let's... I'm going to hold on to that. So this game is, like, a weird thing with a power-up system where when you die, you lose the upgrades for the weapon you had. You don't lose it for the other ones, though. So if I... oh. No, apparently the wars do kill you on that bit, which is weird when they don't kill you anywhere else in the game. It's like, no, now this background element is suddenly instant death, even though that feels like incorrect. Okay, let's try not to get killed by the walls. I am going to deliberately go for L, since I kind of lost the power for it anyway, so if I lose this, it doesn't really matter. Like, what even killed me there? Like, there's literally nothing there to kill me. Pretty sure that doesn't happen in the NES. Like, is that a glitch? Because it feels like a glitch. It feels like that shouldn't happen. It's like, we accidentally forgot to draw the projectile that kills you. Okay, so the background doesn't kill you. Okay, so what actually killed me those previous 2 times? Because the wall didn't kill me this time. Oh. Yeah, welcome to the world's strangest games. Like that, like literally what killed me there. There was nothing there. Like I was nowhere near the... Because it's not like I was anywhere near the snake. It's like I just died completely at random. I don't know. I remember this boss being a lot easier on the NES. Mostly because you don't just die at random points. Like, is there just a bug in this version? Like, maybe it's an issue with the multicart, to be fair. Yeah, it's like, I'm literally getting killed by... Like that, like what... Okay, if anyone knows what's killing me there, I want to know. Because I'm confused. Like, the background does not kill you in the NES version of this. I'm pretty certain on that. So, yeah. I can only assume that maybe, like... It could be an issue with the ROM. Or the contacts on the cartridge. Because I don't think it's supposed to play out like that. Yeah, like, I noticed that the heads-up display flickers occasionally. So I don't know, maybe it is... Yeah, maybe it is a bug. It has to be, because that does not look intentional. Okay, if I die on this bit, I will just go to level 3, because there are passwords. Okay, you know, let's get the missiles. I feel like the missiles may protect me. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rely on missiles and this thing. But again, this does not happen in the other version. Well, certainly not in the NES version. Okay, so if I use the bombs... Yeah, like, am I running out of time? Because I'm pretty sure... Well, no, because if that was the case, I wouldn't die immediately if that happened. Does anyone have, like, a video of a playthrough of this on... No, it's not a timer, because sometimes it happens, like, the instant the boss spawns in. So that's not it. I'm going to check to see if I'm missing something here, because I feel like that's a glitch. Like, I don't think it's a glitch with the game, necessarily. I think it's just there's something broken with the particular ROM they've used on this multicart. It has to be an issue with the ROM. There's no way the game is that broken normally. Because I know it doesn't happen on the NES version. Oh, great. If the game allows me to look up the boss fight... Great, YouTube's just taken like an hour to like load in all of its BS. Yes, if it will let me see the boss fight. Eventually, after like half an hour of loading UI bollocks that doesn't mean anything. Is this level 2? No, that's a... I'm trying to go by the music. I'm like, okay, that is not level 2. This is a different level. Yeah. Apologies for this, like, boring menu screen. We're just going to go to the end. I might just skip to level 3. Because level 3 in the NES version is, like, a top-down level, which is quite interesting. Yeah, so that's level 1. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I found the boss. Yeah, so the player doesn't die randomly in this. Because it's not like the boss is spitting projectiles. It doesn't do that anyway. And even if it did, like, there should be a graphic to show the projectile. So yeah, I'm not going to count that against this game. I think that is literally just... I think it's just that whoever made this multicart used a bad dump. It had, like... I assume that's what happens, because, yeah, it's the only explanation that makes sense that I can think of, at least, anyway. So yeah, Burai Fighter Deluxe. What is the password for level 3? If I can find it. Oh, good. You can't move automatically. Okay. Okay. See if level 3 is as broken as that level 2 boss. Yeah. I probably could have used a better colour scheme for this one, but I mean, it works, I guess. Also, you get this thing occasionally. But, I don't know. I think overall this game is alright. I don't think it's great. Again, you're probably better off playing the NES version. I don't love that version either. But this does feel like a game that was designed for the NES. And that's kind of where the difference comes in. So what are you supposed to do there? It's like, oh, just... Rock just appears out of nowhere and kills you because the game designer was a bastard. It's like, oh yeah, I guess I'm just going to casually sit here to wait to get killed by the edge of the screen. Though I do like the fact that it scrolls in all directions. Most NES shooters didn't do that. At best, you would get some like Life Force where some levels scroll horizontally and some did vertically. But you didn't tend to get both. But yeah, it's moments like that which really kind of put me off wanting to play it. Because sometimes you just get killed by just the enemies. Like, there's no warning as to where enemies are going to spawn in. You just have to know they're going to be there in advance. And I think that's a big problem with it. Just like the levels aren't designed that way. And it's just like sometimes you just take a cheap death because there's no way to know where the enemies are coming from. And that's kind of an issue. But where does this game go on the list? I mean, as far as shooters go, is it better than Dan Laser? It's better than Solar Striker. Like, definitely. It's better than Volley Fire. I think it's better designed than that. Is it better than Dan Laser? It's got a better soundtrack than Dan Laser. It's got multi-directional scrolling, but it doesn't have the overhead levels. They took those out for the Game Boy version. And I think that kind of hurts its score, because to me, those were the best part of the game. You know, you take out Bosconian content, yeah, I'm going to dock you points for that. I mean, there was that issue with the second boss, but again, I think... Yes. Well, okay, so I'm going to chalk that issue up on the second boss to a bug. I'm not going to count that against the game. I think that's just whoever made the multicart was a div. Oh, I forgot to bring my drink with me. Oops. You have to bear with me while I get my drink back, because I accidentally left it in the kitchen. I think it's better than Dan Laser, but not by much. I think it's better than Centipede. It's better than Cheeky Tengoku, but it's not better than Crazy Castle. Yeah, in fact, I'd say it goes between Flappy Special and Cheeky Tengoku. I'd rather play Flappy Special. I feel like I get a bit more fun out of playing through that. But it is the best shooter, I think. Not counting Super Mario Land, of course, but yeah. Congratulations to our new number 32, Burai Fighter Deluxe by Taito and Kid. Not quite Rekka, but not bad. Anyway. I should point out, by the way, that we do still have some arcade conversions, and we've got 2 homebrew games left to cover. So let's see what we've got. Oh, and we have one of those homebrew games coming up right now. With Tochi! Or Tochi. I don't know. See what this is like. Tochi? See if this is any good. So, yeah. So like I say, I'm not going to rank homebrew games. Let's load this game up and I will get my drink. I don't know if this is a colour game or not. I think it might be. Yeah, I can't work without my squash. Here we go, Tochi from Ben Hopkins. Or Hopkins? Okay, I thought there was an I for a second. But yes, we got a full colour game for once, which is a rarity on this stream. At least in the series. Ooh. How to play Tochi. Let's see. How do you play this? Oh, this is a hard this is a hard font to read. Guide all the blue Tochi to the blue home and the red ones to the red home before the time runs out. Avoid if any Tochi, sorry. If any Tochis fall down a hole, then it's game over. Oh no, don't tell me this is going to be like Heiankyo Alien again. Oh. Controls, move up, down, left, right, cursor and aim. Oh wait, is this going to be like Choo Choo Rocket? So am I going to place arrows on here? Because that sounds awesome if it is. I love Choo Choo Rocket. Ooh, made in the UK. A, B, C, D, E, V. For more... Oh, GB Dev. I couldn't tell what that said. Well, if you can read that website, then, yeah. Amy Tochi's. No relation to Amy Rose. Though, who knows, maybe it's got a mallet. Maybe it's pink. But yes, made in the UK. Should we be proud of this creation? God save the king. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Oh wow, it is Choo Choo Rocket. It is totally Choo Choo Rocket. Wait, how do the controls work? Oh, okay, I was hoping this would... Ah, here we go. Do, 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 bloom, boom, Okay, this is not necessarily the easiest to get right. Oh no. Also, yeah, I just noticed, I think there is a timer to this. Okay, so let's place a whole load of arrows. I'm not sure if this one was completed. I mean, there's no sound for one thing. Oh. Okay, I see the difficulty. Okay, so you can only place 5 on screen. That's where the challenge comes in. Ugh. No, if it'll let me... Okay. Also, I've got like 40 seconds to do this whole level. Also, you have to hold the button down for like a full second. Here we go. Okay, I can see where the challenge comes in. I was wondering, is this game properly completed? Can this game be completed? Ugh! Yeah, the controls feel a bit sticky to me. I don't know. It's taking a bit of time to learn. Okay, I did it. Mighty Mighty Missile. I feel like this predates that. I mean, it did say 2000 in the intro. And I mean, Choo Choo Rocket itself was 1999, so... I'm talking very early. Do they turn right when they go on a turn in this? I do not know. Okay, they do not give you a lot of time to do this. So I'll wait for the red ones to all go in. And then I can get the blue ones to the exit. Ugh! Okay, there is a stickiness to the controls that is messing me up. So it's like it takes longer than necessary for the game to respond to the controls. Also the fact that you can't just put it in the direction that you want to. Like, because in Choo Choo Rocket you could just go... Well, you had 4 buttons. It's like, okay, you'd press like A to place a down arrow. And, I mean, they had a compromise for that in the Game Boy Advance version of Choo Choo Rocket, where in that, yeah, the controls really are an issue. It feels like there shouldn't be issues with the controls, but there are. Because it's like this weird, like, stickiness to them. Which makes it harder than it should be. Yeah, for super players. Well, I'm not sure if it's quite that hard, but, you know. Also, I'm not sure if you get enough time to actually complete the level. Like, is there enough time to complete this level? I'm not entirely convinced. Like, is there a way to speed this up? Nope. None of the buttons speed up the... Well, I was going to say mouse. It kind of looks like a centipede, but... Yeah. Not being able to speed it up, I feel, is a massive issue as well. Because that's another thing that you could do. In, yeah. I feel like there are some issues with this game. Where, you know, maybe they could have done with refining this one a bit. Though, to be fair, maybe they did. And I'm just unable to play it. Just down to the fact that, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's almost good, but it's too slow. The time limit is too short. I don't know. It's like, if there was a more refined version of this game that was made, I'd like to play that. In this state, not quite. I feel like it's like, yeah, just give me original Choo Choo Rocket. Okay, we've got 6 games left. Let's do it. Oh. Well, we've got Shisensyo. Okay, well, this is going to be a quick one, I feel. Okay. Shisensyo... Oh. Okay, I accidentally pressed the A button. I didn't mean to do that. No, apparently we're going to play Xena. As much as we like Lucy Lawless, it's not what we came here to play. We came to play Shisensyo. Because nothing says quality like a title like that. Here we go. Yep, it's not Dead Alien, it's not Poké Mission 97. It's Shisensyo. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, Shisensyo, also known as Match-Mania. So, let's just do normal. I'm just going to do a level of this, because... Yeah, there's a reason I'm only going to do a level of this. It's because this is the game. It is that game where you match up the tiles. If you remember Shanghai from the first stream, yeah, it basically take that game, except remove any sense of elevation. So you no longer have tiles that block over tiles by being on top of those tiles. I'm just going to keep saying the word tiles just to annoy everyone. Yeah, it's just... It's kind of like a more simplified take on that game. And I mean, it's fine. You know, there's not a whole lot wrong with it. It works fine. But... this is all the game is. I mean, like, Huang Xinwei literally made a version of this, which is pretty much the same. And in fact, Sachin did a version of it called... But, well, it was part of the classic game... What was that game called? I'm trying to remember the name now. Magic Mathematic. Which was basically a really jank math game. Or maths game. You can afford more than one. But it had like this really interesting matching game added to it. And that was quite good. Yeah, there were so many versions of this. Of course, there was the HAL version. There's this version. And I don't know, I mean, this is a perfectly fine version of it. But at the same time... yeah, this is about it. It's just kind of... yeah, we're just going to take the same level and just add more blocks later on. As you will see on level 2. Also, yeah, plug and plays are going to have this game a lot as well. I think I've got the Huang Xinwei version on a cartridge somewhere. It's like a 9-in-1. Oh, also there are hints in case you need them. Is there... can I go back to the menu? No. I guess I have to reset the game to do that. It's like, nope, can't do it. We did not program this functionality into the game. Huang Xinwei made some good games. You know, he made Magic Jewelry, and Magic Jewelry is always a classic. But how does this rank against Two-Turn Pair, or whatever that one is called? I mean, it's fine. This is the best thing I can say about it. It is a fine game. Yeah. But what happened to Wang Shiwei? Did he get arrested? I know there were people from that area that did. I'm not sure if Wang was one of them. Yeah, where in the world is Wang Xinwei? Well, I would assume Taiwan, but who knows for sure. But yeah. Tile matching game has been initiated. But hey, I got 1,000 points. Pretty good. Oh, okay, let's go to like round 15. See what that looks like. Yeah, see, now they've got way more blocks. Ooh. Okay, well, I think that's about all I can play of this one. There's not a whole lot. Not because it's bad, it's just that there's not really much else to show. And that's kind of the issue. I mean, would I rather play that or Shanghai? I mean, Shanghai... Where is it? Yeah, you've only got the one level in that game, but I feel like there is randomization with that, and I'm not sure if the randomization really works in Match-Mania. Like, if I had to choose one to play, I'd probably go for Shanghai. Just because the fact that you have to uncover blocks stacked on top of other blocks adds an extra layer of challenge to it. And I feel like that challenge helps the game out, makes it more interesting. Wait, Huang Zhongming did PC stuff? Okay. That's interesting. But, yeah, I think I'd rather play Shanghai. I'd rather play Space Invaders and maybe Clax. I think it's better than Boxel 1. It's better than Q-Billion. It's not better than Boxel 2, though. Boxel 2 just has that little bit extra that pushes it over the top compared to Match-Mania. But I would play it over Asteroids. So there we go. That's Match-Mania. Done and dusted. But we've got another 5 games left to cover. Let's do it. Apparently going to save Mr. Do until the end. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll do Mr. Do right now. We will be doing the Do with Mr. Do. So I actually had a quick go on the arcade version of this earlier today because I wanted a fresh point of reference as compared to the Game Boy version. Because the Game Boy version is an interesting beast, but I don't remember how good it is. I guess we'll find out. Okay, let's do this call scheme. There we go. Mr. Do by Universal and Ocean, which is where things get interesting. The arcade game, of course, made by Universal, not the movie studio, of course. This version was done by Ocean, so let's see how they handled it. It's got a cool title screen. It's off to a good start. I'm loving all the effects they slapped onto this. Oh yes. Start. Ooh. Got some weird graphics going on here. Maybe the colours are part of that? Oh, the sounds though. What's going on with this? What's going on with the music? Oh. Oops. I forgot enemies spawn from the cake. No one can stop Mr. Do, except that enemy, apparently. Okay, I've got an idea. What's this? Yeah. Get crushed, you git. I'm better than you. I am a clown, and therefore I am the greatest. Oh, I pushed the block back. Okay, give me the ball. Oh, and I lost. Okay, apparently I'm doing really badly at this today. I was doing better at this on the arcade version. I didn't just keep dying on the first level. So where are they? Wait, I could have sworn I'd gotten everything. Okay, I'm getting that E. No, apparently the E turned into a bomb and killed me. Does that happen in the original? I don't remember No, we're trying that again. I'm not I'm not going out like that. Oh. Yeah, apparently all of my skills at Mr. Do have apparently disappeared in the space of a few hours. Or maybe this version just has a weird feel to it, I'm not sure. Were there even bombs in the original? Oh. Okay, that was just me being an idiot. Also, apparently there's a remix. Okay, I have to at least beat level 1. I am not moving on from this until I beat level 1. It's essential. I want to prove I'm not the worst Mr. Do player to ever live. I don't remember the E turning into a bomb, though. I don't remember that mechanic. Okay, I did it. Yeah, I am feeling that... The controls in this do feel a bit weird, I have to say. I'm not sure how I feel about the sound, actually. It's interesting. I don't know. I feel like I kind of prefer the original music. I mean, maybe this is a bit more accomplished in that sense. But there's a charm to the original song. I'm not sure if this quite captures that. Oh. Oh, there's supposed to be apple. Yeah, because I was like, I don't remember the bombs. Oh, that's it. Okay, let's... Yeah, apparently all of my skill at Mr. Do has disappeared. Doesn't seem to carry over to this version. Was this made by the people that made RoboCop? Like, was this the same team? Because I feel like it may be. I'm not sure if the soundtrack is quite on that level, though. Yeah, the SNES version. I remember the SNES version being good, though. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering it. Oh, wait, what? Hold on, I need to turn this up. I need to know. Yeah, I guess this is the remix? Or, oh, no, I see. It's like sound effects or music. Yeah, I want to go for the crime mode. Sounds good. Map detail. Okay, let's try the other mode, just out of interest. So hold on, I'm going back in the options, because I think I accidentally turned the music off. I don't want that. So why would I ever do that? Silly. But, okay, I'm gonna... I assume that zooms the screen out. I thought Remix was like a different mode, but... No, let's try this again. Yeah, so I think they zoomed out the screen a bit, which is nice. And I'm getting the cake. I'll at least do that. Yeah, see, I think they're supposed to be apples, but they really look more like bombs in this version. You want it? It's yours, my friend. Yeah. What was that game that's coming out? Zest? Oh. Oh. Okay, that didn't go the direction I was expecting it to. Also, the enemies seem faster in this. Like, I remember they do get pretty fast. I don't think they start out this fast, though. Like, in the arcade original. Yeah, it's weird that it says remix. Usually that kind of implies it's like an alternate take on the game. And this kind of isn't. Though, I'm fine with that. I mean, this... I think it plays mostly fine. Oh, you sod. They would make beelines for you in this one. More so than, like, Dig Dug. I want to at least get on the high score table. Get the sod to move out of the way. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be threatening the Mr. Do high score table anytime soon. Okay, I'm getting the E. Because E's are good. Oh. Wait, does the E kill you? I could have sworn you could collect the E's in the other version. Like, in the arcade one. Pretty sure you were allowed to collect those in, like, normally. Yeah, I think the tile-based movement is kind of an issue with this. It's... I don't know. If you're used to the arcade version, it feels weird. Which I think is part of the reason I'm struggling. It's just, like... The feel of the game is a little bit off. It's like, for one thing, I don't remember the enemies ever going that fast in level 1. Like, yes, on the later levels they do, but pretty sure they don't go that fast on level 1. Like, I mean, they do outrun you, but only by, like, a small amount. I don't know. Something about this version just feels wrong. It's like, it feels incorrect in certain ways. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just use that up early on. Also, yeah, like I said, the music in this is weird, because it just doesn't sound like Mr. Do to me. It's that kind of thing. It's not bad, it's just different in a way where maybe I would prefer the original. Okay, I did it. Hooray, I finally beat level 2! Now time for the enemies to go like lightning speed, so I'll just get murdered immediately. Oh, okay, I got the egg. There's an egg, isn't it? It looks like an egg in this version. Ooh. Do you think this game was a big hit in Europe, originally? I think it was big oh. But I was invincible. Turns out I was not. There's a bit of an ambiguity to that. See if I can kill something. Nope. Oh no, no, I just barely got it. Yeah, I am no expert on Mr. Do. This is my tragic story. I like this game. I was never that good at it. But hey, I beat the first 2 levels at last. Takes some practice. Takes a little time to get it right. Takes a little time. Takes a little time. Oh, can only half move the thing. I'll get the ice cream. Or sundae, whatever. I mean, sundae is a type of ice cream, I think. Oh. Okay, I thought that... Okay, whatever. There you go. Well, I got to level 4. That's about as far as I'm going to get playing it today. See, I like these effects that they throw in there. It's pretty cool. Yeah, there are some weird differences from the arcade version. I have noticed that. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be challenging Leg anytime soon, I've got to be honest. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, if I ever come round and play the Mr. Do arcade machine, don't worry about losing your score to me. But where does Mr. Do go on the list? It's got some weirdness going on from the arcade games. It's got some good changes and some bad changes. I think the more grid-based feel to it is a problem. I prefer how... Like, the general feel of the game, I would say, was better in the original. But it's certainly a unique conversion. I can't think of any other version like this one. And that is worth some points. I'd say it's better than Clax. It just works better on the Game Boy than Clax does. It's better than Space Invaders. Because Space Invaders is just superseded by better versions, including on Game Boy. So, yeah, it's better than that. It's better than DuckTales. I'd say it's a better conversion. Just kind of plays better than DuckTales does compared to the NES version of that. Is it better than Quirk? I don't know. Like, Quirk, you can kind of just pick up from where you left off on that one. Whereas, you can't really do that with Mr. Do. You don't with Mr. Do in that. And it kind of has that feel of like, well, it is, at the end of the day, an arcade conversion. It makes some weird changes, but it is still very arcade-like. And I don't know. I feel like in this context, I would probably rather play Quirk. If it was the arcade version of Mr. Do, it would be up here somewhere, but... Yeah, I think I'd rather play Quirk. But hey, congratulations to our new top 20 game, Mr. Do from Ocean. Yeah, they need to do an ACA version of it. If that comes out, I'm buying it. And then I'm probably going to be like number 1,000 on the high score table or something like that. We are down to our last 4 games, and it's a very motley crew, let's say. Some very interesting titles we're going to see here. Oh, okay, here we go. Dragon Slayer 1, let's do it. It's very weird when you see the number 1 in a game's title. But yeah, speaking of conversions of old games, but of a very different one. Dragon Slayer 1 on the Game Boy. Let's go. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, let's find it. Dragon Slayer 1, right next to Dropzone. Okay, let's go for this call scheme just because. Yep, from Nihon Falcom, who made many action RPGs back in the day, including this one. Ladybug on the Switch. Yeah, that needs to be a thing as well. So, Phase 1, I don't know. Okay, so if you don't know what Dragon Slayer is, it was... Well, this particular game was a very formative game in its genre. The genre of action RPGs. No, this is not Dragon Slayer. You're not going to find that on here. But like I say, this is a very important game. Like, this was kind of the game that started action RPGs. It was a major influence for Zelda, I think. And it was a very influential game. It was the game that kind of kick-started Falcom's, well, relevance, I guess. You know, this was kind of the game that made them, arguably. So there we go. I use my coins to gain health. Not sure what this does. So I don't fully remember how this game works, but yeah, you've also got these treasure chests. You need keys to open them naturally. But let's leave the safe zone, which is past this cross. Yeah, like I say, I think this game was kind of where Zelda came from to an extent. You know, games like this, and what was that game called? Tower of Draga? That was kind of an influence on this. Also, yeah, I think you're supposed to get a sword. So let's just move away from this. Because you can find offensive weaponry, but I don't remember how you actually acquire it. Now, by my understanding, so this was originally released for the PCs in 1984. So yeah, pretty early game. You know, this was around the same time as Hydlide, so that's how early we're talking. And it was released for just the various Japanese formats. And it was also released on the Super Cassette version of all systems. If you've never heard of the Super Cassette version, well, I wouldn't be surprised. It was not very successful. It was, well, it was nowhere near as successful as the Famicom, which it was going up against. And, well, it didn't sell half as many units as the Sega Mark III did. Like, even just in Japan, that destroyed it in terms of sales. So, that's kind of the level of non-success we're talking about. So I'm trying to find, like, a key, but I don't remember where they are. Great. Now I'm just being invaded by these bastard skeletons, because they just want to be bastards. Oh. Okay, well, I didn't mean to do that. I was actually trying to do something else. Yes, I think he did do a video on this. So, wait, WP... Ah! Okay, so here's where the weapon is. Which is kind of important if you're actually going to fight enemies. But yeah, he did do a video on this back in December, I think. Okay, so now I can push blocks. So there's a slight Sokoban influence on this part. I don't know. So by my understanding, as I say, this is a very important game. But at the same time, yeah, so from what I've heard, basically if you want to play this game, this is not the version to play. Mostly because this version does not have a save feature. And that's kind of a problem for a game like this. Like, this game is pretty long, from what I've seen. And, yeah, not being able to save is kind of a massive problem for a game like this. It's just like, yeah, you don't want to, yeah. Well, I'm not sure if it's the light version. It's certainly, I don't know. Like, it's a version that expects you to beat it in one sitting, which is probably the wrong move for a game like this. Like, you know, if you're going to play a game like this, you need the ability to save. And I'm pretty certain you could do that in the computer versions. You definitely could in the Super Cassette version. Because that version had a save feature. Like, I think you had to use, like, double A's, which is kind of weird. Yeah. I don't know. This does have the feel of... what was that game? I'm trying to figure what the game is, and I can't remember what the game is. Fatal Labyrinth. It kind of feels like that, but like a very archaic version of it. I don't know. I think this is the kind of game where you need, like, a full-blown guide on how to play it. Like just a giant map on where everything is in the map. And how to play it. Also the fact that you don't get health back. Like, it takes away all the items. So, like, I think because of that, because I can't get my health back because I don't have the coins here to gain the health back. So it's kind of a case of, if you die, you may as well just reset from the beginning. I don't know if the computer versions are as bad with that. I would hope not. I don't know. Something about this feels... Yeah, something about this game just feels off compared to other versions. It's like... They had something, but they never... I don't know. It's like, again, this game really needed a battery save, and this just doesn't have that. And I don't even know if it has XP or not. I think it does. Or maybe that's just what the coins are for. I don't remember. Like I say, this is not necessarily a bad game, but this is not the version you want to play. If you really want to play this game, go for like MSX or Sharp X1 or whatever other computer formats this was released on. It's a difficult one to rank, because it's not necessarily a bad game, but the lack of a save feature combined with the length of the game is a huge problem for a game like this. Because, like, there are plenty of long games on this list, or like long in the sense that they have tons of levels. And usually they include password systems and like a continue system that actually works. Like, you're not massively disadvantaged for using the continue system. And I think that's where this game falls down. It's just, I don't know. It just feels fundamentally flawed in ways that the other versions might not be. Yeah, again, I think I'd rather play Street Rider. But I think it may be better designed than Volley Fire. You know, if it came down between this and Volley Fire... Well, Volley Fire is at least unique in a way that this game is not. I mean, this is basically a port of a years-old computer game that was already years old at this point. And, yeah, it's just not quite... It's not quite there. And I don't think it's quite as solid as a game as World Bowling. But it might be more interesting to dig into than Flipple. Yeah, I think I'm going to put it between World Bowling and Flipple. That sounds pretty good to me. So, at new number 51, Dragon Slayer 1. There was also a Dragon Slayer Gaiden on Game Boy, which is probably a better game. I haven't tried that one, but, you know, if you're going to play a Game Boy game in that series, you're probably better off playing that one. But there were plenty of sequels. You know, there was Romancia, and Fazanadu, Drazzle Family, The Legend of Heroes, which is literally a title of a game. They literally called a game The Legend of Heroes. Okay, the final three. Let's go. Starting off with the other homebrew game on this list. Yes, it is time for Starfighter. So, the final homebrew game that we're going to look at least on this cartridge, because there aren't any others on this one. But let's see what Starfighter is like, out of interest. Flipple 52. So, Starfighter. If I remember correctly, I think this is a colour game. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Oh, no. Actually, this might be monochrome. Let's see what options we've got. Oh, speed of the game. What does this go up to? It goes up to 9. Let's try speed 4. Speed of base. Is that the speed of the character I'm playing as, maybe? Well, it's got some nice options, so that's a good one. Yeah, there was a last Starfighter game on the NES, but I seem to recall that game being rubbish. It was a conversion of Iridium, I think. Ooh. Okay, this seems cool. I like this. Maybe a little bit on the basic side. Or actually, no. Is this in colour or not? I'm struggling to tell. So I don't think this is the default Game Boy BIOS colour scheme. It's similar, but I don't think it's quite the same. Also, where they just spray bullets all over the screen sometimes for this. Yeah, good luck dodging this. I suppose I could just speed up my character. So I'm fighting dumbbells? What's going on there? So yes, there is sound in this one, unlike the other one. Okay, let's mess about with the options a bit. Oh. Okay, I meant to press start to go back to the title, but it immediately went to the game. Whoa! Wait. So this has a fast forward feature built in. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah! Ludicrous speed! Okay, never play this again. You know, actually, this just became the best game ever. It's a shame I'm not ranking this one, because this would be top of the list if it was. Yeah. Did Burai Fighter have this? I don't think so. That is the crazy mode. So this game does have a crazy mode. It's just not stated. Let's say to level 9, and let's set my speed to max. Let's see how this goes. Okay, this does not feel like a speed 9 game. Or maybe it's inverted, maybe speed 9 is slow. Maybe speed 0 is fast. I'm gonna need to test that. So wow, they really sprayed the whole screen with bullets. Look at this. It's like good luck dodging all this. Whoa! Crazy mode attack! Yeah! I'm shooting... Oh. Well, I was shooting, and then I lost. Okay, speed 0, the fast mode. Let's try that. God, it feels like I'm messing about with the options with Jumpman on Commodore 64. No, I'm not sure how that works. Maybe it affects the speed of enemy bullets? Not sure. Maniac difficulty. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. Yeah! Okay. Well, I think I'm done with Starfighter, but... not bad. I like that. It's one that I could mess about with the options for a bit. Well, let's spin the wheel one last time, since there are only 2 games left on it, so it's kind of pointless spinning it again. Okay. Next up is the classic Wizard's Warrior. My favourite. Okay, here we go. Ooh, here we go. That's the last time we're going to spin the wheel to play Wizard's Warrior. Okay, where is it? Here we go. Wizard's Warrior, let's go. The wizard who is also a warrior. But, like, there weren't any wizards in... Well, I don't think there were any warriors in this, were there? Here we go. Wizards and Warriors Chapter 10. Which is interesting for a series that only had 4 games. Like, whatever happened to chapters 4 through 9? Or maybe all of those first 9 chapters were in the previous games? And maybe Wizards and Warriors 3 was actually Chapter 11. Which would explain a lot about the game design, I'm sure. But yeah, Chapter Hourglass. I mean, maybe that is what it is. Also, yeah, The Fortress of Fear. This game is a title so long, I literally could not fit it on the list. I had to abbreviate it a bit. But why is this Chapter 10? Like, this was... Well, this was out around the same time as Wizards and Warriors 2. So I don't know what's going on there. So Max, Joe, Ace, Kim, and John, the legends. Okay, let's start. So this is Wizard and Warriors Chapter 10. And as you can see, it looks very akin to Wizard and Warriors Chapter 1. Oh, okay, I forgot you can actually attack Thor. Yeah, looks looks just like it does in the first game. Also, yeah, there is a secret area off to the left. See, I have played this game before. Oh, yeah, I forgot there is fall damage in this. Because rare games, I guess. But hey, I have discovered some gems. I don't know what the gems do in this. I think they just give you points. In the first game, you had to collect gems to be able to finish the level. But I don't think that mechanic carries into this game. It does say zap when kill an enemy though, so that's cool. I have to give it marks for that. Oh, okay, I think I just have to dodge that. Also, yeah, I think when the platform goes off screen. Oh, God, how are you meant to do that? Yeah, the gems do not give you health. Also, the game sends you back if you die, because it's a bastard. I mean, it's a rare game, so it's going to be bastard hard by default, as their games always were. Well, at least this game isn't crazy fast like Super Mario Land is, so there is that. Also, you cannot jump down off the platform like in some other games. This is not Contra. Also, yeah, there is some degree of jank to the platforming where, like, when the platform starts moving down, you just kind of, you like, hover in the air for a bit and you can't jump until you land back on the platform, which is, yeah, not great. I don't know. There's a level of jank to this that isn't really there in the original game. Like, Wizards and Warriors is a strange series because I guess they wanted this to be a thing, but it just never quite took off. It's like they made, you know, 3 games on the NES and then just kind of gave up. You know, it's like, this series did not cross over into the 16-bit era. You know, it just didn't have what it took to do that. How many hits these enemies take? Ugh. Yeah, this really feels like the Spider-Man game in the sense that they just, like, throw a billion things at you at once. Just to make sure... Just so that they know that you get hit. I don't know. I will say for the record, I do think that Wizards and Warriors 1 is the only good game in the series. And it was just kind of diminishing returns after that. Because the second game is just Wizards and Warriors 1 but bad. And this is kind of the same, but in a different way. Where the levels aren't quite as... The designs aren't as much of a mess as the 2s are. But, yeah, it's still got problems. You know, I'm going to try to go for the other treasure chest, see if that works. I don't know. It's a game that's... It's got problems, let's say. Like, I mean, the original game even had some level of jank to it. Yeah, let's see if I can get that treasure chest down there. I have gotten further into this game. So there we go. Extra life. Hooray! Pretty sure I'm going to need it for this game. At least they let you jump back onto the platform. That is something. Could be worse. They could force you to go all the way around. But yeah, it really does kind of feel like the Spider-Man game in some ways. Just they'll just throw just a bunch of enemies at you at once. It's like, how are you even meant to dodge the bats half the time? It's like, the hitboxes just don't... They just don't seem to make sense. It's like, where it looks like you should be able to hit something, but like, the hitbox on your weapon is just too narrow for it to count. And that's kind of a problem for a game like this. I do like the zap and kill an enemy, though. And then you get cheap moments like that, where it's like, oh, an enemy just spawns where you are, and you just die for no good reason. I don't know. I mean, like, Super Mario Land is not perfect, but when you consider that this is the competition that it was going up against, Yeah, it holds up way better than this. And like this. Okay, I have a key, but it won't let me use it. Like, at least Super Mario Land, you got a decent weapon. And you kind of don't really get that with this game. Like, your weapon just doesn't have any range. Like, Super Mario at least had... He at least had the courtesy to have fireballs on occasion. I don't know. Like, it's got jank, but it's kind of like bad jank. Where, like, some games have good jank, this has kind of bad jank. It's the best way to sum it up. Also, that was level 1. And I bet you, like, half the people who played this never even got past that bit. Like, why do the enemies take multiple hits? I mean, it'd be one thing if the enemies at least had the courtesy to die in one hit, like in fact, I'm pretty sure most of the enemies in Wizards Warriors 1 did die in a single hit. I don't know, it just feels kind of arbitrarily difficult in ways that the original game didn't. And not to mention, the original game at least had infinite continues. This doesn't even have that. Here, you get no continues. I think even Wizards Warriors 2 had continues. Not infinite, but you had them. And there are just a lot of cheap hits like that, where you just can't really... You just can't avoid them, unless you know exactly what's coming, and the exact type of swipe that you have to do in order to not get hit. Just, the swipes are very ineffective. But you get secret areas like this, at least. Okay, here we go. Is there another room over to the left? Yes, there is. Yeah. See, I know the tricks. So I'm smart. I think you kind of have to know where all the secret areas are in this game as well. To have a chance at later levels. Yeah, this game is as British as it gets. Ugh. Yeah, I wish I could find, like... You know what make this game good? The throwing daggers from the first game. Because those daggers were great. And I haven't come across those, and that is a negative. Because that was your best asset in the original. But yeah, I mean, the lack of attack range is a problem. Get the pattern for this. So yeah, you got to follow the dragon. I think it does at least have a predetermined pattern. I think. And naturally, the boss goes off screen and just appears in some random place to get a free hit. It's one of those games. I love that sound. And I'm not sure if you can hit enemies while jumping in this. I think you can. I think they at least got that part right. Okay, here we go. Ugh. If I position myself right, I can do this. There we go. Did I say pow instead of zap? Ooh. There's some variation there. See, that's something they should have put into the Spider-Man game. I mean, it's a comic book thing, you know. It would make sense. Oh, yeah, thanks for the free hit game. I appreciate it. It's like, okay, we're just going to turn this into that one level from Scramble. There's like a billion fireballs you can't dodge. But I don't know if I fell off the platform there. That was weird. Yeah, it's like, okay, literally, how do you dodge that? Like, some of them just move way too fast to even react to. This does have the feel of, like a beloved ZX Spectrum game that's actually really bad. Like, I will make fun of the ZX Spectrum all day. There are some very good games on it, it's just, yeah. But a lot of them, it's like, you go back and play them nowadays, and it's like, So I'm pretty sure you can't backtrack here, can you? Yeah. It's like, no, your jump is 1 pixel too short. Oh no. Get the timing right. Okay, so I got an improved jump. Though, given the fall damage, that's not necessarily always going to help. I'm not sure if there was fall damage in the original. I mean, there was like an animation that played, like, you have to sit there for like a minute. Yeah, here we go. The boots of jumping. Yeah, it does have a port of Enduro. I seem to recall that game looked fine on the Spectrum. Though I would probably still rather play the Atari version, because that's just a really good version. Was there ever like an Atari 5200 version? Because I feel like that's the sort of thing that does exist, but I'm not certain. But yeah, I don't know. See, the Wizards of Warriors series is weird to look back on. Like, because, okay, so Wizards of Warriors 3, they tried to make it more like, I don't know. They tried to make it more Metroidvania-esque. But I think they still had, like, the limited continues from the second game. So it's like, yeah, good luck actually finishing it. Now, the real question with this game is, does it have the throwing daggers? Because the throwing daggers might make this alright. But if it doesn't, then that's going to be points off, because that was one of the big plus points of the first game. And Spectrum is the only port. Okay, that's weird. You think they would have put it on Commodore 64 or Atari 8-bit or whatever. And yeah, some of the enemy types in this do just feel kind of cheap. Particularly the bats, and some of the ones that just move really fast. Can I just go straight to the exit, or... Yeah. Can I jump even higher now, or is that just the exact same jump height that I was at before? Oh. I thought maybe that was a secret exit, but no. It is not. Oh, yeah. Also, cool to have things that can just come at you from off-screen. But I don't know. I mean, for what it's worth, this is not one of the worst Game Boy games I've played. I mean, I would say this is better than the Spider-Man game overall. I think the platforming in it works better than that. I still wouldn't particularly recommend playing it. So I'm not sure if this even works. Like, can you attack things in midair, or does it just not let you do that? I'm not sure. Oh, great, and because I happen to not have any more keys, it won't let me go this way, because the game's a bastard. I also like how you basically have, like, no health. Yeah, it's like there's just nothing there. Great. Also, why even have fall damage? I've never liked that. I mean, there are certain cases where it kind of makes sense, like, I don't know, Tomb Raider. So yeah, it kind of just feels like the same level over and over, but they're just putting the enemies in different places. Wait, did I lose the boots when I died? I don't think I did, but... How else am I supposed to go the top route? Also, yeah, you can't attack the fire, you just dodge it. No. Yeah, I feel like I lost the boots when I died because the game decided to be a bastard. Comes out the same day as Ozit. Ooh, that sounds fun. Though I may not be able to stream anything when those do come out because I'm going to be quite busy for the next week after today. Yeah. Ooh, stream Faces of Evil. That sounds fun. Like I say, I might be quite busy, so I can't guarantee I'll be doing a whole lot. Levels to take just to get to a boss fight in this. Yeah, I also like how you have basically no iframes, so you just tank hits and then just die immediately, because the game's cheap. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. It's just kind of like, we didn't know how to design this bit, so we just made it impossible because we're rare, and we like torturing people with our shitty games. Like I say, I think this is a better game than Amazing Spider-Man. But not by much. It's like marginally better than that game. It's the platforming in it works a little better. It's got some interesting ideas of the power-ups, but still wouldn't particularly want to play it. I mean, it's worse than Soccer Boy. Soccer Boy works better than that. And I think Dead Heat Scramble works better, but maybe not Penguin Land. Yeah, I think... No, it's got more variation than Dead Heat Scramble. Maybe not that much, but it's got more. But I would rather play Snoopy Magic Show. So, congratulations, Wizards and Warriors, Chapter X, Fortress of Fear. Feel? Fortress of Fear? Do you really want me to spin the wheel? The wheel that is nothing but lock and chase? Yeah, because this is what the wheel looks like. It's one game. One whole game? Gee, I wonder which game it could be. Yeah. Congratulations, Lock and Chase. You're the last game. You're the me in school game picked for football. Anyway. Let's do it. Final game. Let's go. Lock and Chase. Yeah, let's do this call scheme just because. From Data East comes Lock and Chase for your Game Boy. So this is another arcade conversion. And let's see how this one stacks up. Yep, going to the bank. Doing us a heist. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Lock and Chase, so basically what this game is, well, it was one of the many Pac-Man inspired games from back in the early 80s. So this game was from, I think, 1982? Also, you can close doors behind you so that you could prevent the enemies from tracking you down. Yeah, what happens when you move the one game? It just becomes blank. That's all that happens, it's just a blank wheel. But yeah, so if you haven't played this game, it's pretty good. I mean, the arcade version is alright. Though, if I'm being honest, I would say I actually prefer this to the arcade game. I have played this one pretty recently on my own time. Because I actually found it in a second-hand shop, going for like a couple of quid. Oh no. Oh no, I'm dead. I messed up. Okay. But yeah, like I say, the arcade version of this is alright. In fact, the arcade version in particular really makes me think of Abscam, the bizarre Pac-Man hack based on an FBI scandal. That's an actual thing, by the way. I didn't just make that up. Abscam is kind of amazing. And arcade Lock and Chase kind of feels like a lesser version of Abscam. It's less controversial. But this feels like a better version of Lock and Chase. You know, it's like they took that and added some more variation to it. And that makes all the difference, I think. Oh, I think I might have messed up. Yeah, I also forgot you can't reopen the walls. Just stays closed the whole time, so yeah. Yep, apparently I am especially rubbish at arcade games today. Also, sometimes you're invincible and sometimes you're not. Oh. Let's get a load of the invulnerability theme song. Oh, oops. I think the arcade game did kind of look like this graphically. But I think this is kind of like a chibified take on that. Yeah! Here we go. But yeah, like I said, I got a copy of this recently on cartridge. Though I think it's actually the Japanese version. I don't know if there's any differences between versions beyond the label. There we go. Yeah, there's an Intellivision version. I remember that one being quite good. There's also an Atari version, like Atari 2600, which is less good. That one's okay. You know, it's certainly better than the Pac-Man port, but yeah, it lacks a bit in presentation. Like, even by Atari standards, it probably could have been a little bit better there. Oh yeah, and you've also got the Mario 2 minigame. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. the classic. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of other games. I can't think of any others. Oh, also, I collected a lot of gems, so we get to see this for a bit. But this is the final game. So I'll just play this until I get game over, I suppose. Just because, you know. Though I have got stuff to do tonight, so I can't be here too long. Destiny of an Emperor. Yeah, if only this game had that. That'd be cool. Kind of interesting. Yeah, maybe this game would benefit from the inverted colour scheme. Oh, I was looking at the wrong character. Turns out I was... Yeah, so this adds opening and closing doors. I think those were in the arcade game as well. There we go. But they do vary up the mazes a fair bit more compared to the original. And I do like that. I think it works. So I think there are 3 enemies in this level. I don't know. I think as far as arcade to Game Boy conversions go, I definitely think this works better than Mr. Do. Because Mr. Do had some changes that didn't entirely work compared to the original. This, I would say, is a better game than the original. In my opinion. I think it's got a bit more to it. And that's what makes it work. I like that they just get upset when you do that. It's like, oh. Oh, I might have messed up. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Let's see if I can fix this. Yeah, well, I got one of them. Oh. Okay, that was just bad timing on my part. But hey, at least we get to end on a high note. Or somewhat. Okay, let's just do this bit and let's finish the level. Okay, and then level 3. Where all the enemies are now on the outside. But there is a strategy to this. Watch this. So I remember this level. Like I say, I was playing this recently on my own time, because I'd forgotten that this was a common multi-cart inclusion. Oh, okay, apparently the enemy went through the door. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Ugh! Bastard. Oh, you're getting some GBA games. Sounds fun. Hopefully they're good. Yeah, see, I don't think this closes fast enough for that to work. I think I've got, like, if you get the timing down exactly, maybe. Ugh, I don't remember how this works. Well, you know, oh, you bastard! Okay, let's see if this timing works. See, it doesn't help when the enemies just corner you, like... Yeah, see, I prefer if the enemies weren't allowed to corner you. I feel like that would help. I feel like you have to scroll the enemy off the screen for this tactic to work. Oh no, I got it. Yeah, apparently I'm especially bad at this level. Also, yeah, the B button doesn't do anything, in case you're wondering. I was hoping it did, but it does not. Oh. Do with a gem right now. Oh. Yeah, placed it in the wrong spot. I didn't think it was going to go there. I was like, no, we're just going to place it in this spot just to mess you up. I don't think this level is as hard as I'm making it look. I'm just really bad at it. But yeah, I'm probably not going to last much longer with this. does feel like the sort of level where if you do it in a specific way, you can just ace it every time. But unfortunately, I have no idea how to do that because I'm rubbish. So is that the Eiffel Tower in the background? Kind of looks like it. Maybe it's Blackpool Tower. Which would explain why it doesn't look especially big. There we go. Oh. How did the question mark thing work again? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, this has some bizarre mechanic where you change the size of the characters. I'm not really sure how this one works. I think touching the small one doesn't hurt you, but obviously touching the normal sized one is instant death. Sort of. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so you have to use that mechanic to your advantage, where possible. Okay, here we go. Oh, gotta be careful here, because this enemy's right next to me. Okay. Yeah, see, I'm just enjoying this game now. I'm like, yeah, have some fun. Oh. You have some fun with lock and chase until you get killed. How fast is that enemy? Look at that. Not so fast now, are ya? Okay, well, I'm probably not going to last much longer, I don't think. Ugh, trying to get the gem. There we go. Can. Yeah, it's doing the Super Mario Land. Oh, I did it! Okay, stage 3-3. I don't know how long this game is. I guess this kind of fits into a similar mold as... Is it Burger Time Deluxe? I think. Yeah, there we go. Using that to my advantage, look at that. Oh, hold on. I think this is going to get me killed. Not now, it isn't! Yeah. I was using my smarts there a little bit. So I think, ideally, I just want to avoid the question marks at this point. Because having one enemy is a lot more manageable than dealing with 3. Unfortunately, my gate options are limited on this one. Aha! Oh, I got the bag! Here we go. Here comes Mr. Blue. Wasn't Mr. Blue the, wasn't that like the old guy in Reservoir Dogs? Who appears on screen for like 2 seconds? Yeah, it's like a knockoff of a public domain song. That's weird. Because Super Mario Land, they just use the regular one. Like, just straight up uses it. Because, I mean, if it's public domain, why not? Oh, here we go. Welcome to the bonus game. Which is this thing again. Where do you have to press start every time? I don't know what's going on there. But yeah. Okay, I do not remember this level. I don't think I actually got to this point when I played it before. What is this layout? Hold on. Wait, how does this work? Oh, I see. Okay, this is confusing. Aha! Get hit. Boom! Okay, so the levels kind of get more confusing a little bit. It's certainly workable. Okay, so do they wake up after a set time? Oh god, this really is starting to feel like a Pac-Man ROM hack with these level designs. It has the feel of an ab scam. Not as in the actual ab scam scandal, but, you know. Okay, so why would I want to touch the clock if it wakes them up? If they're asleep, surely that makes it easier. Yeah. Eat the... Oh. Okay, I guess I can't get them when they're sleeping. Yeah. See, if I hit the clock... I guess it's an alarm clock? Can they... Okay, so I guess they can't go through the walls, but I can. Which is really weird. Also, there are no gates on this level, it seems. Oh. Nope, I can't go through that wall, apparently. It does not let me. Yeah, take some memorization, I guess. Yeah, so I guess just don't touch the clocks and you're fine. But I had to get the dots. The magical dots that are delicious. Oh, here we go. Now some of them are awake. Immediately. Yeah, here we go. Just make the level way harder for myself. Oh, no, I'm trying to get through the... Okay. No, well... No, not really a whole lot I could do there. I'm not really fast enough to run past them. I was like, yeah, we just got some of the police sleeping on the job. Yo, fuck it, I'm just gonna go this way. I don't really have a choice. Yep, and now they're all camping around with the jewelers, because they're bastards. No. Okay. Well, I think we're probably going to be done here in a bit. Okay, I did it. Stage 4 complete. I don't know how many stages there are to this, I gotta be honest. I have never played through this game, even though I do have a copy. Oh, wait, what's going on? Wait, it went away in a balloon? Bonus game. Okay, well, I'm on my last life. Let's see how far I can get. It just keeps going into banks. You think you just... You think you would have taken enough to just... I don't know, kind of make a getaway to Mexico. Oh. Okay, this is where it turns into the classic nice code game teleport. Okay, I'm gonna deliberately teleport when they're away from the doors. So I've got a plan. What's this? Aha! You know what? Boom! I'm better than you. Oh no! This series is not over. We are not done. Because we may be done with the 95-in-1... Yeah, we may well be done with the 95-in-1 GBA U95FS or whatever it's called. But we will see other cartridges later on in this series. I'm not sure if I'll be able to stream next week, because I might be a bit too busy for that. But I will be back with other multi-carts. And they're going to have other games on that we haven't looked at yet. And, like I say, by the end of the series, we should have more than 100 games on the list. For now, we're going to have, I think, 72 games. Oh, there will be more wheels. There will be more. But, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So, yeah, starting from this stream onwards, it's going to be different because I'm going to know exactly what games I'm going to play. But before we end the stream, we do need to rank the classic Lock and Chase. So where does this game go on the list? Well, you know what? I think it belongs pretty high. It's quite good. It's got some interesting ideas that I don't think were in the original game. Or if they were, I never got that far. But as far as ports go, it's definitely better than Mr. Do. It's a better conversion than Mr. Do. Mr. Do, I feel, is similar to the arcade, but not quite as good. Whereas Lock and Chase is a different take, which is better in some ways. And more interesting in other ways as well. It's better than Dropzone, I think. It's better than Motocross Mania. It's better than Serpent. It's better than Boxing. But is it better than Cat Trap? No. See, Cat Trap had Catboy and Catgirl. Lock and Chase has chibi-fied policemen and thieves. Or a thief. It's got the Fruit Machine minigame, but it doesn't have Catboy and Catgirl. And I don't know, I think the whole maze thing worked just a little bit better than that. You never really got cornered, as it was not action-based in the same way. Yeah, so I think that's where we're going to end the series. By putting Lock and Chase into the number 13 spot, right between Cat Trap and Boxing, and this is where we end the 95 and 1. We are done with the 95 and 1, but we will take a look at more multicarts in the future with different games which shall be ranked against the 72 games that we've ranked. So at the bottom, here are the bottom 10. Yep, The Game of Harmony, Versus Battler, Corro Dice, Castlevania The Adventure, amazingly only 7th worst, Master Karateka, Castellian, which is just pure evil, Palamedes, which just sounds terrible, Amida, NFL Football, a game that I could only tolerate for about 95, not even 95 minutes, 5 minutes more like, and Tasmania Story, the worst game that we have seen so far. And in the Hall of Fame, we have Solomon's Club, Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise, which definitely wins in terms of great names, Hong Kong, Battle City, Pipe Dream, Bomb Jack, Minesweeper, Super Mario Land, Tetris, and the greatest game of them all, Bubble Ghost. You cannot beat Bubble Ghost, or maybe a game will eventually beat it. Yeah, we got a new number 1 on this stream. And it wasn't the game I was expecting. You know, Super Mario Land could have been a contender. And it sure was close. But it was bested by the Bubble and also the Ghost. But we've got other games left to rank, you know. What about Megura Depon? What about Koiwa Kakahiki? You know, we haven't played those games yet. We need to play those games. And we need to rank them alongside Shisensyo Match-Mania and Burai Fighter Deluxe and Flipple, an exciting cube game. It has to be done. So, like I say, I don't know if I'll be doing any more streams for the next week or so. I may be busy because I have someone coming to visit, and that's going to be quite important, and I may need to devote all my time to that. So, until the next time that I find time to stream, I will see you later, people. Take care. Good night.